The ceremony only lasted for a day, but it wasn't until 3 days later that Luoxia sect sent away all the guests and finally quieted down again. For the past 3 days, Yang Kai had been mingling among the various Emperor Realm Masters. He had no other choice. Since he was now the high-rank guest elder of Luoxia sect, he had to act as befitting his position, becoming a bridge to create many connections between Luoxia sect and the other sects here to attend this ceremony. These results made Tao Yingrua and the others beside themselves with joy. It could be said that things had already exceeded their reasons for hiring Yang Kai as a high-rank guest elder in the first place. Nobody in the entire Southern Territory would ever dare to touch Luoxia sect again in the future. With Yang Kai as their golden signboard, Luoxia sect need only take its time to develop in a steady manner and would definitely get a chance to make its comeback in the future. This was something Yang Kai no longer needed to consider. He had High Heaven Palace already, and it was only because of Yuzhua that he offered protection to Luoxia sect, so it was impossible for him to stay here for long. He originally planned to leave immediately after the ceremony. In any case, he had left a cross-territory space array here, so if Luoxia sect were to run into some sort of problem, Tao Yingrua could head to High Heaven Palace for help. However, he had to delay his departure a little longer because of the matter in the mountain valley of the restricted area. Yang Kai planned to wait until the next full moon to thoroughly study the phenomenon before leaving. On the other hand, Tao Yingrua went to Luoxia Peak with a few of her junior sisters in the Dao Source Realm. After Rani Ro announced their arrival, Yang Kai received them in the guest hall. The 5 Dao Source Realm Masters lined up and bowed. Then, Tao Yingrua said, "Elder Yang, Luoxia sect will never forget the great kindness you showed us. If you ever need anything in the future, Luoxia sect will never refuse your requests." Yang Kai helped them up and waved his hand casually. "Acting sect master, you are being excessive. I am also a member of Luoxia sect now. This is just a part of my duties." Tao Yingrua shook her head and gratefully exclaimed, "Luoxia sect is truly lucky to have you, Elder Yang." While speaking, she shot a glance at Qin Pei. Qin Pei stepped forward and held out a space ring with both hands to Yang Kai. "This is..." He took it and gave her a curious look. Qin Pei replied, "These are the congratulatory gifts from all the guests at the ceremony. The disciples have made a record of the gifts on this jade slip so Elder Yang can browse through it to see if there is anything missing." Luoxia sect was technically gifted these things, but Tao Yingrua and the others knew their place. Those people had not given these gifts out of respect for Luoxia sect but rather out of respect for Yang Kai. So they could not keep any of them and decided to hand everything over without keeping a single item. "There really are quite a lot of good things in here." Yang Kai casually glanced through the items and smiled, not refusing the gifts and putting them into his space ring. This was an unimaginable wealth for Luoxia sect, but it was nothing much in his eyes. High Heaven Palace was now in charge of the entire Northern Territory and its annual income was beyond imagination. So what was this single ring in comparison? He had no intention of sharing these gifts with Luoxia sect because he knew that even if he mentioned it, Tao Yingrua and the others would never agree to accept them. These women were not that brazen. Besides, as the saying went, give a man a fish and you feed him for a day. Teach a man to fish and you feed him for a lifetime. If Luoxia sect wanted to expand in the future and obtain sufficient cultivation resources, then they needed to have a stable long-term income source. Of course, Yang Kai had already planned for this and spoke up. "Acting sect master, you should take a trip to High Heaven Palace when you have the time and meet with my head manager there. Perhaps you can discuss with her to find a way to benefit Luoxia sect. That way, you won't lack resources for your disciples' various cultivation needs in the future." Tao Yingrua's eyes lit up when she heard those words. "Many thanks, Elder Yang. I will visit in a few days." He nodded. "When you go there, please let her know that I will be staying here for another month and will return after." Good. For Tao Yingrua and the others, it didn't matter how long Yang Kai wanted to remain in Luoxia sect. After all, they had already given him unfettered access to even the mountain valley of the restricted area. What else was there that they could not give to him? In fact, it was best if something could spark between him, Rani Ro or Yuka Ran. It was a pity that this wish was never realized. For the next 20 days, Yang Kai remained behind closed doors. Forget Taoing Ruo and the other Dao Source Realm elders. Even Rani Ro and Yukuran did not see him at all. In the blink of an eye, 1 month had passed, and it was once again the night of the full moon. Xianxia arrived at the mountain valley of the restricted area early that evening, looked around, and couldn't help frowning. The last time he came here, the moon had been bright, and the skies were clear. Unfortunately, the weather was not good today, and dark clouds covered the sky, making the whole world dark. There was no moonlight coming down at all. Seeing this, Xianxia couldn't help feeling a little worried. He did not know whether the changes in the weather would have any impact on the restricted area. However, if it was as he had guessed, then the weather wouldn't make much of a difference. He waited quietly for night to fall, and soon that familiar feeling appeared again. Xianxia's expression brightened as he became more and more certain that his previous conjecture was correct. This time around, he didn't pay any attention to the smooth cliff because there was nothing unusual about it since there was no moonlight tonight. Instead, he came directly to the place he noticed last time near the end of the phenomenon. It didn't take long before another weak energy fluctuation appeared. This was the moment he had been waiting for. Thus, he widened his eyes and stared intently at the forming void crack in front of him, his heart filling with a sense of excitement. It turned out to be exactly as he had guessed. When the fluctuations appeared, an almost undetectable tear in space appeared at this location. It was just that this tear was so fleeting that the fluctuations ended abruptly and became unnoticeable as a result. Xianxia noticed this anomaly previously, but his mind had been immersed in the smooth wall cliff, and it wasn't until the last moment that he shifted his focus. As a result, he had failed to track the source of those fluctuations. There must be something hidden in the void crack here. That unknown existence would break through space on the nights of a full moon, causing a tear to appear in the mountain valley. Then, under the refraction of the moonlight, it would project some of what was happening inside the void crack onto the smooth cliff wall. In other words, the root cause of this phenomenon was not in the cliff wall but in the void crack. Xianxia couldn't help feeling excited as he was looking forward to discovering the mystery hidden in this void crack. Even if other people had noticed this anomaly, they probably couldn't do anything about it, but it was different for him. He was proficient in the Tao of space. As long as he could trace the source of the phenomena, he could directly tear space open and enter the void crack to investigate. Although he had also torn an opening in the space previously, the void crack was an unpredictable place and he could not follow the faint trail. Even if he tore open space in the same spot at another time, he still couldn't find the root cause of the phenomena. After several more fluctuations, the fleeting space tear could finally be traced back to its source. It was as fine as a strand of hair, and if it had been anyone else, even a third-order Emperor Realm Master, they would not have noticed anything amiss if they came here. Xianxia no longer hesitated. Space principles flared up and he inserted his hands into the tear and violently pried it open before slipping into the void crack. Inside the void crack that was filled with chaos and nothingness, he was stunned for a moment as he stared blankly at something straight ahead and almost couldn't believe what he was seeing. Many signs had led him to form a conjecture that there might be something hidden inside the void crack, and his guess turned out to be correct. He did indeed discover something when he followed the trail and investigated the source. However, what was hidden in this place was not some unique treasure or mighty weapon that he had imagined. It turned out to be a person. Moreover, it was a woman. At least she should be a woman. A man wouldn't wear such flowery robes. This woman was sitting cross-legged in the void. She was so emaciated that she was practically just skin and bones. Her eye sockets were sunken inward, her hair was grayish-white, and her eyes were dim and dull like those of a dead fish. Even the life aura coming from her body was so weak that it felt like she could die at any time. Xianxia was shocked, extremely shocked. How can there be a woman in this place? He knew well just how dangerous the void crack was, as even someone like him might die if he lost his way, much less someone who knew nothing about the Tao of space. Therefore, he never imagined that there would come a day when he would encounter a random woman in the void crack. Judging by her appearance, she was probably one of those unlucky people who got lost in the void, just like how it was depicted in the rumors. Who knows how long she had been lost in this place for her to become so thin? It must be said that a person who could enter a void crack should not be that weak, and since they were relatively powerful, they would naturally carry some spirit pills or source crystals for restorative purposes. From the looks of this woman and the traces he could sense around him, Xianxia hazarded a guess that she had been trapped in this place for more than 10,000 years. At the very least, it had been several thousand years. If not, her body would not have shrunk so badly. He could practically imagine what had happened to her with just a single glance. She had been trapped in the endless void, and over the years, every single resource inside her space ring had been consumed. With no other options, she could only rely on the vitality of her physical body to stay alive. Who knew how many years had passed since then? Almost all of her flesh and blood had been consumed as a result, leading to her current starved and emaciated appearance. Who is she? And how did she get trapped in this place? What shocked Xianxia even more though was that she was still alive. The vitality coming from her body was weak indeed, like a candle in the wind that could get snuffed out at any moment. But she was certainly still alive. That was because when he looked at her, those dull eyes suddenly moved. The movements were very stiff, as though they had not moved in a very long time. Nevertheless, they immediately fixed on him. When their gazes met, those eyes shone with a desperate look of joy and disbelief. At the same time, a gurgling sound came from her throat. Under those circumstances, Xianxia couldn't help feeling rather shaken by the situation. The woman in front of him parted her lips that were as dry as tree bark several times, but no sound came out of her mouth. Even so, that slight movement caused her already weak vitality to be exhausted at an incredible pace. The light in her eyes instantly dimmed as a result. Xianxia couldn't help breaking out in a cold sweat, scared that this woman might die just like that. After a moment of hesitation, he took out a spirit pill from his space ring, held it between his fingers, and walked over to her. The woman's gaze was immediately attracted to the spirit pill in his fingers. She looked like a starving ghost that had spotted food, and even her weak breathing became ragged. Xianxia secretly sighed to himself. Even though he could barely feel any power coming from this woman now, she had managed to persist in the void for thousands of years. That indicated that her true strength must have been absolutely terrifying at its peak. Be that as it may, a mere Origin King-grade spirit pill could now make her show such a desperate look. She no longer had any form of elegance that came with being a powerful master, which made him sigh in pity at the sight. If Xianxia had to be honest, for a moment, he didn't know how to deal with this situation where he encountered a woman in the void crack. He didn't even know if she was good or evil. If this woman turned out to be a heinous and evil existence, then wouldn't he be helping a tyrant by rescuing her? But if the other party had accidentally fallen into this place and was trapped as a result, then it would be too cruel to just sit and watch without doing anything. For this woman in front of him, he was definitely her last chance for survival. If he decided to ignore her and walk away, she would die without a doubt. Therefore, he decided to restore a little bit of her vitality first before anything else. It would not be too late for him to make his decision after learning more about her origins and temperament. Walking over, he handed the spirit pill over to the woman. That woman that was all skin and bones stared at the spirit pill desperately. She tried hard to swallow it but didn't even have the strength to open her mouth. Thus, she could only look up at him beggingly. Xianxia didn't know whether to laugh or cry and suddenly felt that he was being overly cautious. It didn't matter even if the woman in front of him used to be incredibly wicked. In her current state, she wouldn't recover even if she spent hundreds of years recuperating. With no other choice, he stretched out his hand, pried her mouth open, and stuffed the spirit pill into it. Then, he used his Emperor Qi to help her swallow it. The woman's eyes flashed with gratitude before she closed them and adjusted her breathing. Xianxia didn't remain idle. Pressing a hand against her shoulder and carefully pouring his Emperor Qi into her body to help her refine the medicinal efficacies of the spirit pill, regardless of her consent. At the same time, he immediately gained a full understanding of the condition her body was in. What he discovered was extremely shocking, to say the least. He did not know what kind of cultivation this woman had back in her heyday, but right now her entire body was withered, and her meridians had almost completely atrophied. There were many parts that were obstructed, and he needed to focus so that he could carefully direct the flow of his Emperor Qi. Otherwise, he could inadvertently cause her to explode and die. Needless to say, a mere Origin King grade spirit pill was not enough for this woman to recover fully. Even if he helped to refine all of its medical efficacies, it only allowed her to stabilize her wavering vitality. There were no changes whatsoever to her emaciated appearance, but her dead fish eyes brightened considerably. Yang Kai suddenly felt rather emotional. It was said that even ants would fight desperately to survive. So what more needed to be said about a human? Even so, he felt that it might be better to die if a person were to be trapped in such a place for thousands of years. At the very least, it would end things quickly. Being trapped in this place was simply an endless life of suffering. And yet, this woman had survived. What kind of indomitable will and determination would be needed for her to do so? This woman's mental strength must be unimaginably strong for her to persevere under such conditions. When the Origin King grade spirit pill was completely refined, the woman stared straight at him again with eyes that were full of longing. It was obvious that she was hoping he would give her more spirit pills. But Yang Kai pretended not to understand and simply stood there scratching his face. Seeing that her pleading gaze was not going to yield any results, she did not pressure him further and simply closed her eyes again. After recuperating for some time, she opened her mouth and an unintelligible sound came from within. It was clear that it had been too long since she last spoke. Even with a spirit pill to help stabilize her vitality, she was still incapable of forming a full sentence, and only after trying for a long time did she finally force out some broken words. Many thanks. Even though it was only two simple words, they seemed to exhaust all her strength and she fell silent again after uttering them. Yang Kai nodded and smilingly said, "It was nothing. May I know how I should address you?" The woman was startled, and a confused look appeared in her eyes. Yang Kai observed her reactions and thought to himself, "It can't be that she has been trapped in this place for so long that she forgot her own name, right?" Fortunately, she soon forced out a few words with great difficulty. Xianxia. Zhu. Something like a name was a brand that existed throughout a person's life. Even if it had been momentarily forgotten, the memory of it would always return with some thought. Yang Kai was taken aback by her name for a moment, as it was somewhat peculiar to him. Thinking about it carefully though, none of the people that he had ever interacted with had the surname, nor had he heard of it before today. This junior's name is Yang Kai. He cupped his fists and continued, "I currently serve as the high-rank guest elder of Wuxia sect. By coincidence, I found something strange in the restricted area of the sect and followed the traces to this place. I did not expect to meet you here. Is the abnormality in Wuxia sect's restricted area caused by you?" Xianxia nodded in response. Yang Kai could not tell if she was a person of few words or if it was just difficult for her to speak at the moment. "As I thought." Yang Kai failed to stifle his laughter. Various instances in the restricted area had led him to guess that the root cause was within the void crack, and upon seeing Xianxia in this place, he immediately concluded that the anomaly had indeed been man-made. Trapped in this place, she had used some kind of powerful divine ability to send clues out of the void crack. If anybody were to come across these clues, they would surely become curious about it, and if they could trace them back to the void crack, then they would surely encounter her. It was just that the only person in this world, aside from Yang Kai himself, that could notice such a subtle clue would have to be Li Wu-Yi of Spirit Beast Island. That was because they were the only two proficient in the Tao of space and were capable of perceiving such a tiny tear in space, much less enter the void crack. If this weren't the case, Yu Luoxia, the former sect master of Luoxia sect, would not have been oblivious for so long. She simply thought that the anomaly in the restricted area was a blessing from the heavens that was bestowed upon her. Could be said that whatever Yu Luoxia learned from the smooth cliff wall was deliberately left behind by Xianxia. By all accounts, Yu Luoxia could be considered Xianxia's unofficial disciple. In fact, all disciples of Luoxia sect could be considered Xianxia's disciples. Looking at Xianxia's current condition, it was obvious that she no longer had the ability to execute such a plan. So Yang Kai was certain that this was something she had done thousands of years ago. It had been maintained through some mysterious means all this while, allowing it to appear whenever there was a full moon and cause inexplicable changes in the restricted area. How long have you been trapped in this place? Yang Kai asked the question he was most curious about. Shang Yuzhu slowly shook her head. I can't remember. That truly was a saddening answer, and Yang Kai couldn't help sighing on her behalf. The fact that she no longer remembered how long she had been trapped in this place indicated that it had been a very, very long time. Do you understand space principles? Something else came to mind suddenly. That space tear couldn't appear in the mountain valley of the restricted area for no reason. Could only be man-made. Shang Yuzhu replied, I was trapped for too long. I could only think of a solution myself. After a long pause, she continued strenuously, I only understand a little. Yang Kai nodded in understanding. The tear in space had been far too small, as fine as a strand of hair. Wuxia had been cultivating in the restricted area for several hundred years and still failed to notice it. If Yang Kai had not been proficient in the Tao of space himself, it would have been impossible for him to discover it. It was reasonable for Shang Yuzhu to claim that she only comprehended some small bits of the Tao of space. If she had zero understanding of it, she could not have created that space tear, while on the other hand, she would have widened the tear enough so that she could escape from this place had she been more proficient in it. Yang Kai had the feeling that Shang Yuzhu only had the barest understanding of the Tao of space and was far from grasping its essence. Little brother, Shang Yuzhu called out. Do you have something to say? He looked at her. She continued, since you managed to come here, that means you can tear open space. Can you bring me out of here? As she spoke, her ability to express herself gradually became smoother, and her hoarse voice also became more and more fluid. It was just that she was still very weak. Nevertheless, her eyes were burning with hope when she asked that question. A person finally appeared in front of her after so many years of waiting. Moreover, it was obvious at a glance that this person was proficient in the Tao of space. If she wanted to get out of this place, she could only put her hopes in him. So how could she not grab hold of such a good opportunity? When he heard her question, Yang Kai rubbed his chin with a troubled look. But I don't know whether you are a good person or a bad person. Shang Yuzhu blinked. Will you believe me if I say that I'm a good person? Yang Kai shook his head and replied seriously, Naturally not. Shang Yuzhu replied, If I were a bad person, I would not have been deceived back then nor exiled to this place to never see the sky ever again. Yang Kai shook his head once more though. You don't have any proof. What if you turned out to be a heinous villain? I can't let you out. Shang Yuzhu sighed. How can I prove whether I am good or evil? I don't even know how many years I have been trapped in here. The people I used to know are probably all dead by now. Even if they are still alive, you might not necessarily know who they are. Don't tell me you plan to go out and inquire about my origins. Why not? Yang Kai raised his brow. May I know the names of the people you used to know? If you think they couldn't have survived until now, then don't mention them. Just choose a few of the ones who seem like they are long-lived. Shang Yuzhu let out a light laugh. You certainly are being cautious. Yang Kai could only solemnly reply, Forgive me, but this is necessary. After considering the question for some time, the first name that came out of Shang Yuzhu's mouth shocked Yang Kai to his core. Is Wu Kuang still alive? Yang Kai's eyes bulged and a myriad of expressions flashed across his face. Wu Kuang? Which Wu Kuang? She glanced at him pensively. You seem to have heard his name before. Does that mean he succeeded? Yang Kai was drenched in cold sweat as he asked once more. Which Wu Kuang are you referring to? Looking at him with a profound expression, she replied. The one you're clearly thinking of. The one who cultivates the heaven-devouring battle law. Yang Kai was so shocked that his complexion paled and he couldn't help shouting, Are you acquainted with Wu Kuang? Shang Yuzhu chuckled in response. Of course. It's all thanks to him that I am trapped in this place. What? Yang Kai felt as though he had lost his ability to think. This woman in front of him, who was all skin and bones, was trapped in this void crack by Wu Kuang? In other words, wouldn't that make her a person from the same generation as Wu Kuang? For a while, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a chill all over. He had previously guessed that she had been trapped in this place for a very long time, at least a few thousand years, maybe even 10,000 years. However, 10,000 years was nowhere near long enough if she truly turned out to be from the same era as Wuquang. She would have been trapped in this place for several tens of thousands of years. Just thinking about the possibility made him shudder in fear. How could a person not go mad after being trapped in this chaotic nothingness for tens of thousands of years? Moreover, she constantly tried to send out messages to the outside world in hopes of attracting a person to rescue her. This woman named Shang Yuzhu was definitely an extremely old monster. All of a sudden, though, Yang Kai felt something amiss about her words and sneered. "Do you think I'm easy to deceive just because I'm young?" Shang Yuzhu was puzzled. "What do you mean?" She did not understand the reason why Yang Kai seemed to have suddenly turned hostile to her. Yang Kai scoffed. Wuquang was known as the heaven-devouring Great Emperor. He was the most powerful master in the history of the star boundary. His cultivation unrivaled. How are you still alive if he really plotted against you? Are you going to tell me that you are also a great emperor? That was clearly impossible. If Shang Yuzhu was truly a great emperor, she would have ripped open this void crack and escaped a long time ago. Great emperors inherited the blessing of the world and were existences recognized by the heavenly way itself, so they could not be trapped in the void crack. He really succeeded, Shang Yuzhu murmured, the expression on her face seemingly a little strange. Pausing for a moment, she continued, "It's not strange for you to misunderstand. It's just that when he trapped me in here, he wasn't a great emperor yet." Yang Kai's mouth fell open so wide an egg could easily be stuffed into it. The amount of information in those words was simply overwhelming. Wuquang had been famous for tens of thousands of years, and his title as heaven-devouring Great Emperor was known to everyone across the entire star boundary. Just how long ago did he become a great emperor? Yet, what Shang Yuzhu was saying was that she had been trapped in this place since before Wuquang even became a great emperor. Now, the question was, how long had she been trapped in this place? It had to be said that the Great Emperor War took place nearly 20,000 years ago, and it only happened a long time after Wuquang rose to the position of Great Emperor. In other words, Shang Yuzhu had been trapped in this place for at least 30,000 years, likely even longer. She had been unable to escape from this place for such a long time, and even after painstaking effort, she could just barely scratch the surface of the Tao of space to open a tear in this void crack to pass a message to the outside world. Yang Kai almost suspected that she was lying. How could anyone possibly survive for so long in a place like this all alone? Unexpectedly, Shang Yuzhu ignored him and continued talking to herself. "Back then, Wuquang and I were equals in terms of strength, and we both aspired to become great emperors. It was precisely because of this that I was set up by Wuquang." Yang Kai's eyes shone with a brilliant light. "You were competing with Wuquang for the position of great emperor? What a heroic act that is. To think that this woman was such a supreme master is hard to imagine. In her era, she must have been quite a prominent figure." Shang Yuzhu smiled bitterly. "I was tricked by him before I could get that far, and I've been stuck in the void ever since." Yang Kai looked at Shang Yuzhu sympathetically. "Your grudge must run deep." Disputes on the Grand Tao typically had a no-holds-barred approach, so what Wuquang did could not be considered despicable or shameless. Although Wuquang was by no means a decent person, in this case, it could only be said that Shang Yuzhu made a blunder. The hatred formed from having one's Grand Tao stolen away was absolutely irreconcilable. Nevertheless, Shang Yuzhu spoke about this matter in quite a bland manner. She didn't seem to hold any resentment or hatred, which made Yang Kai's opinion of her rise significantly. If she had such a broad mindset, he felt she couldn't be that bad. Through her words, Yang Kai was certain of what her cultivation had been in the past. She was probably one of those existences Yang Yen mentioned before, the ones half a step away from becoming a great emperor. The only reason such masters failed to become great emperors was that they could not receive the recognition of the world. They were by no means comparable to ordinary third-order emperors and could target the position of great emperor at any time to replace one of the current 10 great emperors if the conditions were right. Shang Yuzhu swept her gaze over Yang Kai and stated, "Seeing that you are in the second-order emperor realm, even though you don't look that old, you will probably compete with those just below the top of the world given enough time." Yang Kai responded in a dead serious manner. That is what I am working towards. She nodded. Good. With an ambitious nature like that, you will surely earn a place in the world in the future. Pausing for a moment, she continued, You didn't answer my question. Is Wu Kuang still alive? Yang Kai sighed and shook his head. He's dead. Of course, this was a lie. Although Wu Kuang's body was destroyed, his soul endured and was now locked in a strange partnership with Duan Hongchan. They were sharing the same body, and it could be said that he was not quite alive but not quite dead either. The reason Yang Kai answered this way was to see how Shang Yuzhu would react to the news. If she showed any abnormal reaction whatsoever, he would have to seriously consider whether or not to bring her out. Shang Yuzhu was obviously stunned for a time upon hearing his answer and asked in a daze, He's dead. Yang Kai solemnly replied, Heaven-devouring great emperor brought chaos to many lower star fields. Everywhere he went, innocents perished and countless stars were destroyed. The other great emperors could not bear watching any longer, so they banded together to slay him in the shattered star sea. She looked directly at him and asked, When did all of this happen? About 20,000 years ago. It's been so long. Shang Yuzhu wore a complicated expression on her face for a time before she sighed sadly. He succeeded as the Heaven Devourer and died as the Heaven Devourer. Such is the cycle of cause and effect, the consequences of his actions. Yang Kai commented, You should be happy, senior. To which Shang Yuzhu nodded. I should be happy. I knew he would suffer a tragic fate one day, but I never imagined that he would die under the besiegement of all other great emperors. Forget it, since he is dead, whatever grievances I had with him are now behind us. Let's not talk about him anymore. What about Duan Hongchun, Yao Jun, Zhan Wuhen, and Chu Tianji? Do you know any of them? Yang Kai vividly felt cold sweat dripping down his back as his expression twitched slightly as he replied, Senior Hongchan is a role model for all cultivators in the star boundary, and I have had the honor of meeting him a few times. I have also met Senior Serene Soul Great Emperor Yao Jun once before. But who are Zhan Wuhen and Chu Tianji? Of the 4 names that popped out of her mouth, 2 of them were great emperors, and although Yang Kai had no idea who Zhan Wuhen and Chu Tianji were, he had a vague guess of their identities. Shang Yuzhu elucidated. Zhan Wuhen cultivated the Iron Blood record, and was the most combative of those 4. Perhaps he is known by another name now, while his real name has been forgotten by the world. As for Chu Tianji, he's a no-good scammer as far as I am concerned, but it seems he gained some insight into heaven's secrets. The cold sweat was now practically raining off Yang Kai's back when he heard her explanation, and he weakly said, Senior, the people you mentioned might be referring to Iron Blood Great Emperor and Heaven's Revelations Great Emperor. At the same time, Yang Kai lamented in his heart. There's no doubt that she is an old monster who has lived for tens of thousands of years. All the people she knows are great emperors. But that's not that surprising either. I asked her to mention people that might still be alive after all, so it's only natural that she chose to name the strongest amongst those she once knew. And the most powerful people she knew back then would not be little-known existences if they managed to survive until today. With this level of contacts, how powerful her cultivation was didn't matter anymore. Who would dare to slight her after she left this place? Even if the great emperors ran into her, they would probably have to show her some respect as a peer. So, they have all become great emperors. A nostalgic look appeared in her eyes, as if she was recalling her past memories from a long, long time ago. Nevertheless, she quickly recovered from her reverie and smiled. They aren't dead yet, right? You only need to ask one of them what kind of person I am. They will surely tell you. They are indeed all still alive. Yang Kai wiped the sweat away from his brow before continuing bitterly. But the great emperors rarely show themselves to the world, so someone like me won't be able to meet them on a whim. Of the 4 great emperors, Duan Hongchan was probably still confronting Wu Kuang in the ancestral domain. On the other hand, Iron Blood Great Emperor was an elusive person who rarely made an appearance even though he was currently in charge of the Star Court. The last time he made an appearance was in the Western Territory. Unfortunately, He refused to meet Yang Kai and even destroyed his cross-territory space array while intercepting Lin Yuner during the teleportation. Yang Kai had the feeling that even if he encountered Iron Blood Great Emperor again, the latter would not be happy to see him. After all, he almost abducted Lin Yuner from him back then. As for Serene Soul Great Emperor, it went without saying that Yang Kai would never meet him voluntarily. Yang Kai had some friction with Yao Jun's daughter, Yao Lin, in the ancient wildlands of the Eastern Territory previously and nearly killed her as a result. In the end, the sole descendant of Serene Soul Great Emperor appeared to resolve the incident. The feud between them was neither too big nor too small, and it was quite magnanimous of Serene Soul Great Emperor to not pursue the matter. How could Yang Kai deliver himself up to Serene Soul Great Emperor on a silver platter now though? Finally, Heaven's Revelation's Great Emperor supposedly lived in seclusion in Heaven's Spying Valley. However, Yang Kai didn't even know which territory Heaven's Spying Valley was located in. When it came down to it, Shang Yuzhu's contacts were simply too high for him to reach. One should not be fooled by her emaciated appearance and her weak manner of speaking. Even if she had fallen from her peak, she was still no ordinary person. Her connections spanned tens of thousands of years, and all the people she knew were now extremely influential figures in the star boundary. Then what are we to do? I don't think anyone else can verify my identity. Shang Yuzhu felt a little helpless. Too much time had passed. If it had only been thousands of years or a little under 10,000 years, things would have been much easier. The lifespans of Emperor Realm Masters were long, so she might have been able to name a few others for Yang Kai to check with, but it had been tens of thousands of years since she was trapped here, so how many of her contacts would have survived until the present? Almost all those who lived until the present were great emperors. Yang Kai pondered for a while before declaring, "It's all right. I'll bring you out, senior." Shang Yuzhu was astonished and asked, "Weren't you afraid I might be a wicked person?" To which he smiled at her in a carefree manner. "Even if you are an evil person, you have been trapped in this place for tens of thousands of years, so how much of your strength could possibly be left? Even if Senior wanted to wreak havoc, you are powerless to do so. Besides, if you turn out to be a heinous villain, then Wu Kuang's fate will be your future." Since she knew so many of the great emperors, those great emperors would also know what kind of person she was. If there really came a day when she tried to turn the world upside down, the great emperors would not sit idly by. Hence, there was no need to worry about her causing any trouble as far as Yang Kai was concerned. Shang Yuzhu was extremely grateful. "Many thanks." Pausing for a moment, she added, "But I'm not the kind of person who likes owing other people favors. Since you saved my life, I must give you some form of repayment." Yang Kai solemnly replied, "This is just a slight effort for me, senior. Please don't worry about it." He wasn't trying to act modestly, as what he said was simply what he truly thought. On top of that, Yang Kai felt that Shang Yuzhu would not have anything valuable on her. Even if she had some sort of precious treasure, did he really need them? The mountain and river's bell in his possession was priceless enough to attract even the interest of great emperors, so it was impossible for her to produce an artifact more precious than that. Shang Yuzhu shook her head with some difficulty and continued, "Let me finish speaking. It won't be too late for you to reject me afterward." Her expression seemed to say that it was something so tempting that he would not refuse. This aroused Yang Kai's interest, so he cocked his ears and listened intently. "I mentioned this before, but your cultivation is quite impressive despite how young you are. Given enough time, you will surely compete for a position at the summit of this world. As such, have you ever wondered why there are only 10 great emperors in the world?" Yang Kai answered promptly, "This junior once heard from someone that the world is like a bottle filled with sand and stones, and that bottle has a limited capacity. It is unable to accommodate the existence of more than 10 great emperors at a time, as they are the biggest stones of all, but I don't know if it is true or not." This time, it was Shang Yuzhu's turn to be surprised as she exclaimed, "You actually know about this?" "It's just something I heard." Yang Kai smiled lightly. She nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, this world is a bottle that can only hold 10 great emperors at a time. If you want to become a great emperor, you can only wait for a position to open up and then compete against the best in the world to obtain that spot." Yang Kai sighed. "Only the heavens know when that will happen." The lifespan of a great emperor was incredibly long, to the point where, unless they died of some unexpected circumstances, no position would be vacated for thousands or tens of thousands of years. Several great emperors were born after the Great Emperor War, but that was only thanks to Wu Kuang. Several great emperors died at Wu Kuang's hands in that great battle. Wondrous Pill Great Emperor, Flower Shadow Great Emperor, Night Shadow Great Emperor, and Bright Moon Great Emperor all rose to their positions after that battle. When it came down to it, these people had Wu Kuang to thank for their positions. If not for Wu Kuang's rampage in the past, they would never have gotten the chance to become great emperors. But there will always be a chance, right? A great emperor is not immortal after all. Xianxia Zhu smiled. She might have been a beauty with a sweet smile back in her heyday, but her current appearance was not suitable for showing a smiling face. It only made her look uglier than if she had cried instead. Your greatest advantage lies in your youth. Yang Kai nodded. What Senior says makes sense. Up until today, it had only been a little over 100 years since he started cultivating. Moreover, it was not a problem for him to reach the Third Order Emperor realm or even the stage that was half a step away from becoming a great emperor with his aptitude. He had a long life ahead of him, so it was not impossible for him to stand at the top when the time came. Xianxia Zhu leisurely stated, "If such a day really comes, I'm just saying, if such a day really comes, I will tell you how to become a great emperor." Yang Kai's entire body stiffened for a moment at those words, and his eyes gleamed brightly as he stared at her. "Senior, you know the secret to becoming a great emperor." This had been a question he had always been wondering about. He only knew that he had to master world force in order to become a great emperor, but he didn't know anything more than that. Nevertheless, what kind of existence was a great emperor? Even if he could master world force, he might not succeed in becoming one. On the contrary, what Xianxia Zhu just said gave him an infinite sense of hope. Xianxia Zhu replied, "I might have stood a chance if I had not been plotted against by Wu Kuang back then. I've experienced something similar once before, so how could I not know something?" Yang Kai suddenly had the impulse to grab at his ears and scratch at his cheeks. He was itching to know more, so much so that he was tempted to use force to pry the secrets out of her mouth. If he could understand the secrets to becoming a great emperor, then he would be one step ahead of the others when the time came. Be that as it may, he was not a person who could not distinguish between right and wrong. Xianxia Zhu was simply reciprocating a favor, so how could he go against his original intentions? Nevertheless, he had to admit that the repayment she was giving him was extremely valuable. It might sound rather vague and unreliable, but it was still worth more than any artifact in the world. Yang Kai grinned sheepishly. "Can't you just tell me now?" Even though he knew the possibility was slim, he still had to try asking. Who knows? She might teach him everything out of goodwill. Unfortunately, Xianxia Zhu just slowly shook her head. "There's no point in telling you if the time isn't right. You should just focus on cultivating for now. Opportunities will come to those who are prepared." Nodding, he did not force the issue. Then, his expression suddenly changed as he asked, "I might be competing against Senior when that time comes. Aren't you worried that you might raise a strong contender against yourself?" Even if an opportunity presented itself, it was a very slim chance. It was impossible for something like the battle at the Shattered Star Sea to occur again, where several positions for Great Emperor suddenly became vacant. For somebody as superior as a Great Emperor, the death of any one of them was a world-shaking matter in itself. Therefore, even if an opportunity presented itself in the future, chances were that it would only be for one spot. What Xianxia Zhu was doing was equivalent to creating a strong rival for herself. Moreover, this rival would know everything she knew. Xianxia Zhu laughed when she heard his question though. Disputes in the Grand Tao are matters of life or death. Besides, did you really think that you and I will be the only ones fighting over that spot? When that time comes, all those qualified in the world will sense it. We might even be able to work together against them when the time comes. So that's how it is, Senior. Yang Kai's doubts were assuaged. He had to admit that what Xianxia Zhu said was reasonable. When the time came, all the hidden old monsters cultivating in some corner of the world would swarm towards this chance. So what difference would one more person make? On the contrary, Forging a friendship now might allow them to work together to fend off their enemies in the future before having a final showdown between themselves at the last moment. Taking all this into consideration, Yang Kai no longer hesitated. Cupping his fists, he said, "Senior, this junior is grateful for the kindness you have shown me. Now then, let's leave this place." "Thank you." Shang Yuzhu nodded gently. Despite doing her best to suppress the trembling in her voice, it was still shaking noticeably. Could be seen just how emotional she was at the moment. She had been trapped here for tens of thousands of years after all, and if she did not leave soon, she would really turn into a pile of bones. Knowing that it was difficult for her to even move, Yang Kai did not act reservedly. He walked over, apologized slightly, then reached out to pick her up. Shang Yuzhu was extremely light, making Yang Kai sigh in pity as he felt as if he was carrying a mere skeleton. To think that an existence that was only half a step away from becoming a great emperor would find herself in this position. Just how much hardship had she suffered over the years? She didn't even know what she did to offend Wu Kuang so greatly that he would set such a trap for her before she even had the chance to fight for the position of great emperor. Space principles surged as Yang Kai opened a corridor along the path he came from and returned to the mountain valley in the blink of an eye. When the rich world energy rushed in from all sides, Shang Yuzhu couldn't help but moan in his arms. Her dull gaze immediately bloomed with a shocking brilliance. "How many years has it been? How many years has it been since I last felt the existence of world energy?" There had only been an endless nothingness and chaos in the void, and if not for her secret techniques that protected her body, she would not have survived for so many years in there. Yang Kai clearly felt her body trembling slightly in his arms and could at least somewhat understand her feelings. Thus, he deliberately brought up a different topic. "This place is Wuxia sect, which is located in the Southern Territory. Senior, you would not have heard of it before, but this sect has just been attacked and the majority of its masters fell as a result. I had some connections with a certain member of this sect, so I came here to serve as a high-rank guest elder to shelter them. Senior, if you don't mind, you can stay here for the time being to recuperate. Why don't you figure out your plans after you recover a little more? This body is barely alive, so anywhere is fine." Shang Yuzhu didn't seem to care about such matters as she breathed in the surrounding air greedily, as if she had just been reborn. Yang Kai nodded. "Since Senior doesn't mind, I will make the arrangements." "Wait a moment." Just as Yang Kai was about to leave this place, Shang Yuzhu suddenly patted him on the arm to stop him. Even though he didn't know the reason why, he still stood there motionlessly. At this moment, it was almost dawn and the sun was rising from the east. After waiting for a short while, a gentle light slowly enveloped the land. Shang Yuzhu was staring into the distant horizon at that moment, and when she saw the first rays of sunlight, her eyes were filled with a miserable and slightly emotional look as she muttered, "I never thought I'd have the chance to see this again." Yang Kai felt a little dumbfounded when he heard those words. He thought she had something important she needed to do immediately upon returning to the outside world. But how could he have known that she wanted to stay here to watch the sunrise? It had to be said that no matter how long they lived, women would always be women. Having said that, Yang Kai truly admired her. If he had been trapped in the void crack for tens of thousands of years, he was certain his personality would have warped dramatically, or more likely, he would have gone insane even if he somehow managed to survive through various means. However, Shang Yuzhu had held on to who she was throughout all those eons of suffering. It could be seen just how strong her mental fortitude and perseverance were. Yang Kai had no doubt that as long as she recovered to her peak, he might not be a match for her when the battle for the Grand Tao occurred. Perhaps nobody in the world will be able to stand against her. But so what? She doesn't even mind sharing one of her greatest secrets with me, so how can I, as a man, cower now? As someone also pursuing the Grand Tao, one who understands things thoroughly should simply forge straight ahead. Looking to the east, Yang Kai suddenly felt a sense of pride. The small exchange he had with Shang Yuzhu made him feel a kind of urgency. Opportunities were indeed for those who were prepared. Although he had no idea when that ethereal opportunity would appear, he had to obtain the qualifications to fight among the best in the world before that happened. If he didn't even have the qualifications to join that battle, then he could only watch as the opportunity passed him by. In the end, strength was the key to everything. Yang Kai spent some time watching the sunrise with Shang Yuzhu before bringing her back to Luosha Peak. Rani Ro and Yuka Ran were shocked when they saw him coming back with a woman who was nothing but skin and bones. The main reason was that Shang Yuzhu's current image was too horrible to look at. Even so, they didn't dare to ask anything and respectfully arranged for Shang Yuzhu to be settled in one of the rooms under Yang Kai's instructions. When the two young women left, Yang Kai finally said, "Senior, please recuperate here. Let me know if there's anything else you need." Shang Yuzhu did not act pretentiously and asked bluntly, "Can you lend me some source crystals and spirit pills? I will pay you back in the future." Yang Kai's top priority was to swiftly improve his strength and finish his preparations in advance. On the other hand, Shang Yuzhu wanted to restore her strength as quickly as possible. Yang Kai did not know if her cultivation had experienced regression after being trapped for tens of thousands of years, but after surviving such an ordeal, she would certainly gain some benefits as well. With her perseverance and determination, it would not be too difficult to regain her former might. Shang Yuzhu spoke in a light-hearted manner, but Yang Kai did not mind her attitude. Taking out an empty space ring, he placed a few million high-rank source crystals and some useful spirit pills into it for her before handing it over. When Yang Kai came out of the palace, he encountered Taoing Ruo, who had rushed over in a hurry. "Elder Yang." Taoing Ruo bowed and glanced inside the palace. It was obvious that she had received some news and came to get a better understanding of the situation. Yang Kai lightly replied, "Acting Sect Master, you came at just the right time. There's something I need to tell you." He was just about to tell her about Shang Yuzhu so that she knew Shang Yuzhu would be recuperating in Luosha Sect for the foreseeable future, but before he could even say a word, he received a divine sense transmission from Shang Yuzhu. "Tell her to come in." Yang Kai was slightly taken aback for a moment before he smilingly said, "Acting Sect Master, please go inside. Senior seems to have something to say to you." "Senior?" Taoing Ruo was shocked. In her opinion, Yang Kai was already a superior existence, but to think that he would call somebody else by the title Senior. Could it be that he brought back a third-order Emperor Realm Master from somewhere? According to the report from Rani Ro and Yuka Ran, that person seemed to have trouble moving about and her aura was very weak. Moreover, she is so emaciated that she was practically just skin and bones. How can a person like that be Yang Kai's senior? Although those thoughts went through her mind, Taoing Ruo did not dare to be disrespectful. Asking to be excused, she hurriedly walked inside. Meanwhile, Yang Kai waited outside quietly. Rani Ro and Yuka Ran walked over at that moment, knelt at his feet, and firmly declared, "Please forgive us, Elder." They both lowered their eyes demurely and looked extremely pitiful. Yang Kai looked down at them in surprise, but after some slight thought, he couldn't help chuckling lightly. He guessed that these two girls were afraid that he might blame them for reporting to Taoing Ruo. Having said that, even if they had not done so, he would have had to visit Taoing Ruo anyway. This place was Luosha Sect after all, so it was not appropriate for him to bring a stranger here for no reason. Helping them up, Yang Kai casually comforted them with a few words and eventually got them to relax. Taoing Ruo only came out after a long time. Yang Kai turned to look at her, and he was surprised to see that her face radiated a healthy glow, as if something good had happened to her. A curious Yang Kai asked, "Why does Acting Sect Master look so happy?" He wondered in his heart what Shang Yuzhu had told her that made her appear so elated. Without answering his question, Taoing Ruo saluted him elegantly and uttered, "Many thanks, Elder Yang. You are truly the greatest fortune of Luosha Sect." Yang Kai rubbed his nose and asked doubtfully, "What do you mean?" A smiling Taoing Ruo replied, "Elder has brought our ancestral founder back with you, so you are truly our lucky star." "A ancestral founder?" Yang Kai was shocked, while Rani Ro and Yuka Ran widened their mouths in disbelief. They didn't understand why an ancestral founder had appeared out of nowhere. Wasn't the ancestral founder of Luosha Sect the previous sect master, Yu Luosha? While they were puzzled, Yang Kai immediately understood what had happened. If he wasn't mistaken, all the cultivation techniques of Luosha Sect were passed down to them by Shang Yuzhu. Although she had only intended to attract others' attention to save herself, the inheritance she had passed down was undeniable. Yu Luosha was considered her disciple, so all the people in Luosha sect were her descendant disciples as well. Nevertheless, Yu Luosha wasn't aware of this fact. The reason Shang Yuzhu pointed it out to Taoing Ruo was that she wanted to make use of this place to restore her strength. Although Luosha sect wasn't powerful, it was still a sect, and with the support of so many people in the sect, she would be able to restore her power quicker. This mistress has confirmed that Senior is indeed the source of all the secret arts and secret techniques of our sect. Previously, Senior was trapped inside the restricted area by some wicked criminal. Although our previous sect master learned all her techniques, she couldn't find out where Ancestral Founder was held captive, which caused her to have to keep suffering hardship for many years. Elder Yang, it is thanks to you that Ancestral Founder was saved. All of us from Luosha sect are grateful to you. Nothing else in a sect was more reliable than the relationship between a master and disciple. Taoing Ruo had confirmed that their previous sect master, Yu Luosha, was able to reach the Emperor realm because she had learned techniques from Shang Yuzhu. Thus, the fact that Shang Yuzhu was the ancestral founder of Luosha sect was undeniable. Therefore, even though it was the first time they met, and Shang Yuzhu appeared very frail, Taoing Ruo still immediately acknowledged her identity and treated her politely as their ancestral founder. It's just a coincidence. Congratulations. Yang Kai put on a smile. To you as well. Taoing Ruo winked at him. Elder Yang is also a part of our Luosha sect. Quite right. Yang Kai guffawed. After the grand canonization ceremony, Luosha sect's brand had been imprinted on him, and no one could deny this fact. Following that, Taoing Ruo turned solemn and uttered, I hope that Elder Yang can keep this whole matter a secret. Our ancestral founder doesn't have much strength at the moment, and it will take her a long time before she can restore herself. Of course. Yang Kai nodded and secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Initially, he was worried that if he left Shang Yuzhu in Luosha sect, Taoing Ruo and the others might be against it. He had planned that if Taoing Ruo showed any signs of displeasure, he would send Shang Yuzhu to High Heaven Palace for her to recuperate. However, he didn't expect that Shang Yuzhu would play such a card and make it known to them that she was their ancestral founder. It seemed that she was willing to stay in this place as well. Certainly, there was no way Luosha sect wouldn't welcome her now. Taoing Ruo must have realized that since Shang Yuzhu was able to help someone reach the Emperor realm despite the fact that she was going through such hardship at that time, her cultivation must have reached the top of this world. If she was willing to give them a hand, Luosha sect would definitely rise rapidly, and in the future, they would even grow into one of the top sects. The two of you are forbidden to speak of what you've seen and heard here today on pain of death. Taoing Ruo turned around and shot a glare at Rani Ro and Yukuran. Yes. They immediately saluted her as they wouldn't dare to disobey. At the same time, they realized that they had stumbled upon possibly the greatest secret of their sect. After chatting with Yang Kai for a bit, Taoing Ruo hurriedly left this place. She was probably going to share this news with the other Dao Source Realm elders. This was indeed top secret, but Luosha sect had only 5 Dao Source Realm masters now. So while some secrets must never be revealed, some matters needed to be known. After Yang Kai was done with the matters in Luosha sect, he didn't have the intention of remaining any longer. Although it would take Shang Yuzhu a long time to recover, everyone knew that Luosha sect was under his protection, so no one would dare to find fault with them. The next day he bid farewell to Shang Yuzhu and Taoing Ruo. What surprised him was that after only one day, Shang Yuzhu's condition had improved tremendously. Although she still looked skinny, and her vitality was still weak, she already looked much better than one day ago. The relationship between Luosha sect and her ensured that Yang Kai could leave this place with peace of mind. Since Shang Yuzhu had acknowledged that she was the ancestral founder of Luosha sect, she certainly wouldn't harm this place. Yang Kai then returned to High Heaven Palace in Northern Territory. Atop High Heaven Peak, Yang Kai summoned Hua Qingxi and asked her about the recent situation in the sect and the Northern Territory. He was told that it was business as usual in the sect, and the more than 100,000 disciples had been diligently cultivating. Although they had brought some people to assist the Southern Territory previously, High Heaven Palace only sent a small number of individuals. Therefore, many of them were not even aware of what had happened. On the other hand, after those who were hesitating still in the Northern Territory witnessed Yang Kai's inconceivable influence, none dared to oppose him anymore. Previously, Yang Kai had joined forces with the other three top sects to establish dominance over the Northern Territory. Given their incredible power, they were able to suppress all those unwilling with ease, but many people were still unresigned. However, after what happened in Southern Territory, these people wouldn't dare to make a fuss again, though they were still unresigned. Now, almost everyone in the Northern Territory had kowtowed to Yang Kai, and it could be said that High Heaven Palace was the only superpower in the Northern Territory right now. Meanwhile, Dragon Tiger Sect and Profound Cloud Pavilion had been wiped out. These two sects were on par with the former Wuxia sect in terms of strength, each having a single Emperor Realm Master as their leader with about 1,000 or 2,000 disciples each. They were considered second- or third-class sects. However, 1 month ago, both of the sects were uprooted. The Emperor Realm Masters and their disciples were all killed. Was this our doing? Yang Kai gazed at Hua Qingxi seriously and asked. With a helpless smile, Hua Qingxi shook her head and replied, "It has nothing to do with High Heaven Palace directly, but it is somewhat related to you." Yang Kai repeatedly blinked. Me? Why don't I even know that it has something to do with me? He had been staying in the Southern Territory during this period of time, and he had not returned to the Northern Territory, so what did these people's deaths have to do with him? If it was someone else who told him this, he would have refuted them immediately. However, the person who spoke was Hua Qingxi, and she wasn't someone who would spout nonsense. Hua Qingxi went on to explain, "Palace Master, don't you remember that when the Emperor Realm Masters in the Northern Territory gathered up some time ago, the people from those two sects were absent? At the time, you said that they never needed to appear again if they were reluctant to do so." Yang Kai touched his chin and mumbled, "Did I say that?" At that time, he was in quite an anxious state, enraged by the fact that Yuzhua was dead, so it wasn't strange that he had said something out of anger. However, he really didn't remember what he had said at that time. Moreover, even if he had said so, it shouldn't be an issue. The people from those two sects were able to reach High Heaven Palace within the time limit, but they didn't show up, which went to show that they had no regard for his orders at all. They had practically disobeyed High Heaven Palace's command even though they had sworn to do so just before. Yang Kai had indeed intended to settle accounts with them after everything was settled, but that was just his personal thoughts and he had not given any orders regarding it. At this point, he had even forgotten about it, but he had never expected that the two sects had been already destroyed. Hua Qingxi continued, "About a month ago, Mi Qi rallied the forces of more than 10 sects of different sizes to uproot the two sects. They even beheaded the two Emperor Realm Masters and sent us the wealth that the two sects had accumulated over the years." "What?" Yang Kai bellowed. "Who told him to act so boldly?" Hua Qingxi hung her head low and replied, "Palace Master, even though you might not really have meant it when you said those words, some people might have taken them seriously." At that, Yang Kai was lost for words. If that was the case, the two sects had indeed been destroyed because of him. Hua Qingxi went on to ask, "So, you didn't intend to settle accounts with them, and Mi Qi was simply overstepping his bounds? Do you think we should punish him?" The corner of Yang Kai's mouth twitched. "How should I punish him?" She replied, "That's up to Palace Master. If you think Mi Qi has crossed the line, you can cripple his cultivation and make him apologize to bring justice to the deceased. Or, we can release an official statement to say that this matter has nothing to do with High Heaven Palace, and it was all Mi Qi's doing." Yang Kai uttered dispassionately, "What's the point of cultivating if apologies are useful? Moreover, Mi Qi has already done it, so if we cripple his cultivation now, it's akin to telling everyone that we were in the wrong." He paused for a moment. "Sister Hua, you seem somewhat displeased." Hua Qingxi lowered her head and replied, "I wouldn't dare to. Nevertheless, thousands of people lost their lives." With a frown, Yang Kai said, "Sister Hua, please don't beat around the bush. You're making it look like we're not close to each other." After a sigh, Hua Qingxi raised her head to look at him and uttered, "Palace Master, you've made a name for yourself since young, and your cultivation is powerful. Now, you're also the leader of the entire Northern Territory, so I'm worried that you'll be blinded by your successes and fail to adjust your mindset appropriately. Just like what has happened this time, you might believe that the deaths of those people have nothing to do with you. Yang Kai quietly listened without interrupting her. Seeing this, Hua Qingxi went on to explain, "In truth, those people were killed because of you, even if you didn't mean what you said. Do you now understand the weight your words carry through this incident?" Upon hearing this, Yang Kai was stunned. Just like what she had said, he didn't think that the demise of those two sects had anything to do with him. He simply felt that Mi Chi had crossed the line by misinterpreting what he had said. However, upon listening to Hua Qingxi's explanation, he realized that he was at fault as well. Given his current power and prestige, a simply offhanded comment from him was enough to destroy two sects and kill thousands of people. Nevertheless, he couldn't accept the fact that so many had lost their lives just because of what he had said. At that instant, it was as if he could see that his hands were drenched in the blood of innocence. Hua Qingxi then uttered, "Palace Master is now a leader of so many, so I hope that you'll be more careful with your words and meticulous in your work in the future. Please take this incident as a learning experience." Yang Kai's expression changed as he replied, "I'll take your words to heart." Seeing as Yang Kai was willing to accept her advice, Hua Qingxi heaved a sigh of relief. Even though she might appear disrespectful, she still had to point it out to him. She was worried that while Yang Kai had gained immense power, he'd also go through some unexpected changes. The increase in power and authority could awaken the dark nature in some people. However, now it seemed that Yang Kai hadn't changed one bit. Therefore, Hua Qingxi directly advised, "If we want to unite the entire Northern Territory, we can't rely solely on our immense power. That is the tactic we have to use in the initial stage, but if we want to be respected as a leader, we have to gain the people's trust. Although violent suppression might be effective at first, it will cause the people to be resentful of us. The demise of two sects is no trivial matter. Recently, many sects in the Northern Territory have been worried that we might target them next. Even though we don't have that intention, they might not believe it." Narrowing his eyes, Yang Kai uttered, "Mi Chi has truly crossed the line by acting recklessly this time, so he should be punished." Hua Qingxi cupped her fists and replied, "Palace Master, you've indeed made a wise decision. How do you plan to punish him?" Yang Kai questioned her instead, "Sister Hua, do you have anything in mind?" After giving it a thought, she uttered, "Despite Mi Chi's intentions, he still misinterpreted your will and committed a mistake. If we punish him too severely, the others might think that we're too timid. However, if we punish him too lightly, that will be meaningless. I think that we can force him to resign from his post and have him spend his retirement years in full sky sect from now on." Yang Kai pursed his lips. "Sister Hua, your consideration is indeed comprehensive." Hua Qingxi pouted. "Just tell me straight away if you think I'm trying to remove a person who has contributed a lot to our sect. It's written all over your face." "That's not what I meant." Despite what Yang Kai had said, that was truly what he felt in his heart. Two reasons contributed to their successful occupation of the Northern Territory. First, they were powerful enough. Second, they had joined forces with 3 other top sects to suppress resistance in the Northern Territory. During the process, Mi Chi had made significant contributions. After witnessing the power of Yang Kai and High Heaven Palace, he even personally went into action, leading Emperor Realm Masters from full Sky Sect to suppress the other great forces. Now that everything was settled, if they forced him to resign, it was akin to removing a contributor to their success. Hua Qingxi uttered, "Mi Chi isn't a particularly conniving man, but he's too aggressive, so it's hard to control him. If we can take advantage of this incident and deal a blow to him, we can plant a puppet in full Sky Sect and gain full control of it." This was her true intention. Among the 4 top sects in the Northern Territory, Iceheart Valley was close to Yang Kai, while Fire Dragon Palace regarded him as a true leader. The only variable was full Sky Sect. If they could remove Mi Chi and support a sect master that they could control, they'd be able to rule over the Northern Territory without any further worries. By then, whatever order High Heaven Palace gave, the other three top sects would follow, and the other great forces would never dare to go against them. Certainly, Yang Kai had seen through her intentions. At that instant, he felt that he had made the right decision by appointing her to be head manager. Although her cultivation wasn't the greatest, she had grown up in Star Soul Palace and learned a lot from there. Therefore, she was able to handle such matters with ease. Without any opposing views, Yang Kai let her deal with this matter. After the discussion, Miqi's fate was decided. Hua Qingxi would bring the three monster kings to Full Sky Sect, and Miqi wouldn't even dare to resist them. Then, Hua Qingxi stated, "You also have to personally visit Orthodoxy Temple." Yang Kai asked, "Does it have something to do with the outer astral wind?" Every top sect had their own foundational secrets. In the Southern Territory, Star Soul Palace had the 5-colored treasure pagoda. Azure Sun Temple had the divine Ascension mirror, Orthodoxy Temple had the outer astral wind, and Heavenly Martial Holy Land had the Martial Intent Temple. All of them were precious. Although Orthodoxy Temple had been destroyed, and all their disciples were killed, their heritage wasn't ruined. Besides the cultivation paradise and the wealth they had accumulated over the years, the outer astral wind was also highly valuable. However, after consulting with Star Soul Palace's elders, they had taken out all of Orthodoxy Temple's wealth and distributed it to the sects in Southern Territory to compensate for their losses. Meanwhile, Yang Kai was granted the land upon which Orthodoxy Temple was built. In the battle against Orthodoxy Temple, Yang Kai had single-handedly saved tens of thousands of cultivators from the Southern Territory, so his contribution was undeniable. If he had any demands, those from the Southern Territory would have to give it serious consideration. At that time, Yang Kai didn't ask for anything else other than Orthodoxy Temple's territory. Although Star Soul Palace was reluctant, they still had to give in to Yang Kai. On the other hand, Azure Sun Temple wouldn't hold Yang Kai back. If he took over Orthodoxy Temple's territory, they would gain some benefits as well. Since the other two sects had agreed to it, the opinion of the Holy Master of Heavenly Martial Holy Land, Ma Qing, didn't matter anymore. Therefore, Orthodoxy Temple's land was Yang Kai's private property now. He had thought about relocating Luosha sect to Orthodoxy Temple. After all, Orthodoxy Temple had many grand spirit mountains which were comparable to the main peaks in High Heaven Palace. If Luosha sect could move to that place, it would be beneficial for their future development. However, after giving it a thought, he decided to give up on that idea. In fact, the future prosperity of the Luosha sect had nothing to do with him. He wanted to protect them because he wanted to set his mind at ease, and now that they had Xianxia, that burden was completely lifted. Furthermore, High Heaven Palace had too many disciples. Although their foundation was robust, having more than 100,000 disciples was still unbearable for them. There were no other sects that had this many disciples. Orthodoxy Temple could help share their burden. Moreover, they had a precious area like the outer astral wind, which could help cultivators temper their bodies. Yang Kai knew better than anyone the importance of having a robust body. When there was an attempted assassination previously, if he hadn't had a sturdy physique, he would have been killed instantly, unable to turn the situation around. Anyone else wouldn't be able to make use of such a precious piece of land even if they had obtained it. After all, High Heaven Palace's base was in the Northern Territory, while Orthodoxy Temple was located in the Southern Territory, making it virtually impossible for one force to manage both places. However, it was a different case for Yang Kai. He had connected the North and the South via space arrays, so no matter which side was in trouble, the other side could come to the rescue quickly, unless hostile forces somehow snuck in and destroyed the space arrays. During Yang Kai's stay in Luosha sect, High Heaven Palace had been slowly assimilating Orthodoxy Temple's foundation, building a branch sect in the Southern Territory. Preparations were needed if they wanted to achieve this goal, so Hua Qingxi had sent Nanmen de Jun over first to build a new sect defending array around Orthodoxy Temple. When the spirit array was ready, they could start moving their disciples over. Hua Qingxi intended to relocate about 50,000 people to that place to alleviate the burden on High Heaven Palace. After all, these cultivators had followed Yang Kai from Hung Luo Star Field to this place, so their cultivations were rising rapidly and they had an insatiable need for world energy. With more than 100,000 people within the palace, there just wasn't enough for everyone. By diverting half the disciples to this new space, the burden on High Heaven Palace would ease. The outer astral wind is indeed very mysterious. I've been there once and realized that it is the perfect tool to help temper our bodies. Monster King Shilei is guarding that place now, so its safety isn't an issue. However, Palace Master still needs to personally arrange a space array there. And good. Yang Kai nodded. After a sigh, Hua Qingxi went on to state, "We have too few Emperor Realm Masters in the palace. A branch sect has been set up in the Southern Territory, but I'm worried that we don't have enough powerful masters to watch over both places. Some people might try to snatch our territory from us if we cannot show enough strength." There were more than 10 Emperor Realm Masters in High Heaven Palace. Besides Yang Kai and Lu Yen, they were the three Monster Kings Jiying, Hua Qingxi, Bian Yuqing, Nanmen Dejun, Houyu, and Yi Hen, who had just recently reached the Emperor Realm. This number of Emperor Realm Masters was already inconceivable for such a young sect, so anyone in Yang Kai's shoes would be over the moon. However, strictly speaking, Jiying, Nanmen Dejun, and Houyu were specialists, so Yang Kai wouldn't let them go to war unless there was no other choice, as they were more valuable acting behind the scenes. On the other hand, the three Monster Kings were fairly powerful, but they were from the ancient wildlands in the Eastern Territory, not raised in High Heaven Palace. Moreover, they were from the monster race. As for the others, they were all First-Order Emperors. Apart from that, High Heaven Palace had a limited number of Dao Source Realm cultivators, so although it appeared mighty, only insiders knew the limits of its power, and it would take them a long time to rectify this. "I'll settle this issue." Yang Kai darted his gaze around as an idea sprang into his mind. Hua Qingxi took a glance at him and understood what he was thinking, so she put on a smile. After the discussion, Yang Kai decided to head to Orthodoxy Temple the next day. Then, he moved and disappeared from the place. The next day, Yang Kai, whose expression was dark, and Hua Qingxi set off on their journey together. "Palace Master, didn't you get a good rest last night?" Hua Qingxi observed his expression and teased him with a smile. Yang Kai shot her a glance and grinned at her. "Of course, I couldn't take a rest with a beautiful woman in my embrace." Hua Qingxi blushed and rebuked, "Shameless." Nevertheless, she didn't expose his lie. As the head manager of High Heaven Palace, Hua Qingxi was aware of everything that was going on in the palace. Last night, Yang Kai had indeed wanted to spend the night with one or more of his wives. After all, he had just come home after a long period working outside, so he wasn't willing to leave his wives alone. However, as far as Hua Qingxi knew, all his attempts failed miserably last night. Xianxia was engrossed in learning the alchemic way from Jiying, so she had no time for Yang Kai at all. In fact, after Yang Kai arrived on Medicine Pill Peak, he was immediately chased out by Jiying. If anyone in High Heaven Palace had the guts to disobey Yang Kai, it would be Jiying. Alchemists hated it when they were interrupted during alchemy, and Jiying was Wondrous Pill Great Emperor's disciple, so although he was normally a benevolent person, his attitude became vastly different when it came to alchemy. On the other hand, Su Yen had gone to Ice Heart Valley, so they couldn't meet up as well. Under the arrangement of Inflate and Xie Wu Wei, Shan Qingluo had gone to the ancient wildlands where the environment was better suited for her to cultivate. And as for Shui Yu, she was currently in the middle of a secluded retreat. Yang Kai had 4 wives, but he had to spend the entire night by himself, so he was indeed quite pitiful. However, he wasn't willing to let anyone know what had happened, and in order to not hurt his dignity, Hua Qingxi decided not to expose his little lie. Yang Kai and Hua Qingxi arrived in the Southern Territory nearby Orthodoxy Temple through the space array. After they stepped off, Yang Kai turned around and destroyed the array that he had spent quite some effort building. Since he was going to set up a new space array within Orthodoxy Temple, this one didn't have to be kept. Following that, they entered the temple together. After scanning the place with his divine sense, Yang Kai realized that many people were moving around inside the grounds, about 1,000 in total. These people were all sent by Hua Qingxi to assist Nanmen Dejun in surveying the area and arranging the new sect defending array. At this moment, Nanmen Dejun was floating in mid-air as he looked around and gesticulated. He also seemed to be muttering something as he appeared focused. Realizing that a few people were approaching him, he turned to look at them and turned solemn in an instant. Palace Master, Head Manager. After a nod, Yang Kai stood beside him and looked down at the view as he asked, "How is it?" Nanmen Dejun asked, "What do you mean?" Yang Kai explained, "How long will it take before the new sect defending array is set up?" After giving it a thought, Nanmen Dejun replied, "The spirit array of Orthodoxy Temple is already quite powerful, so we don't have to tear it down and start from scratch. Just give me a month and I'll be able to arrange a prototype array. Then, we'll modify and adjust it within 6 months." "Good. You're the expert in this field, so please take care of it. If you need anything, just ask our head manager." Nanmen Dejun grinned at him. "Without the head manager's support, I wouldn't have been able to give you this promise." He was the chief array master in High Heaven Palace now, and whenever he was arranging spirit arrays for the sect, Hua Qingxi basically gave him all the people and materials he needed. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so easy to arrange new arrays for a top sect. Although Nanmen Dejun was fairly famous in the Northern Territory in the past, he was only one man, so there were many things he couldn't achieve despite the fact that he had the skills and knowledge. Now that he had the support of High Heaven Palace though, there were no spirit arrays in this world that he couldn't arrange, unless it was beyond his imagination. All of a sudden, Nanmen Dejun felt that his life had been great so far. He could work towards achieving his goals, and nothing else gave him greater pleasure than that. Having stayed in High Heaven Palace for several years now, he had already decided to settle down permanently. Even if Yang Kai wanted to chase him away now, Nanmen Dejun would have to give it serious consideration before leaving. After all, without High Heaven Palace's unlimited support, even an array master like him wouldn't be able to achieve much alone. Going to another sect was an option, but no other sect in this world was able to give him the support High Heaven Palace could offer. It was the same case for Ho Yu. In the past, after she was captured by Yang Kai, she had attempted to flee many times. Nevertheless, as time passed, she had also decided to settle down in High Heaven Palace. That was because everyone in High Heaven Palace was polite to her and gave her enough respect and authority. She and Nanmen Dejun were also fully supported in pursuing their respective fields. It would be hard for them to look for another employer that offered such favorable terms. Both Nanmen Dejun and Ho Yu had even taken in some disciples from High Heaven Palace to nurture them. They searched for the most talented people to inherit their skills, and as such, their connection with High Heaven Palace had become even tighter. There were 3 special spirit peaks in High Heaven Palace now: Medicine Pill Peak, Artifact Peak, and Spirit Array Peak. Each peak had outstanding disciples studying on it. Taking those from Thousand Leaves Peak who cultivated the Tao of puppetry into consideration as well, the disciples from High Heaven Palace were spoiled for choice. If they didn't want to pursue the martial Tao, they could still choose to follow the alchemic Tao, Tao of artifact refining, Tao of spirit arrays, or Tao of puppetry. After motivating Nanmen Dejun for a bit, Yang Kai left the place alone. There were quite a few restricted areas in Orthodoxy Temple, but the most heavily guarded one was undoubtedly the outer astral wind. This place was protected by layers of arrays, so anyone who tried to break into it would be severely injured or even killed. Nevertheless, after Nanmen Dejun arrived, he immediately cracked these spirit arrays. Therefore, at this moment, Yang Kai was able to walk around the restricted area without any hurdles as he was amazed by the view. He had heard about how wondrous the outer astral wind was, but this was his first time seeing it. The restricted area was located in a long valley. Looking from above, one could see nothing else but a gray world that didn't seem to have an end. Wind could be heard howling through the valley, and anyone would be horrified by just listening to it. Many marks were left on the cliffs that seemed to have been formed by sharp weapons, but in fact, these marks were all left by the outer astral wind. Yang Kai sized up the place with narrowed eyes for a bit before probing it with his divine sense. At that instant, he could feel countless blades cutting into him. The omnipresent outer astral wind seemed able to slice his divine sense into dust, and if it weren't for his divine sense being unusually strong, Yang Kai would have been injured already. Without any hesitation, he stepped into the valley, after which, it seemed like he had entered a different world. The air around him was moving rapidly as it screeched. The invisible wind seemed to have turned into a million sharp blades that repeatedly slashed at him. The clothes he was wearing couldn't protect him at all, and even the Emperor Qi around him was useless as the wind passed right through it to cut his skin. Yang Kai was amazed by this discovery. It was no wonder that this place was said to help temper the body. Even someone like Yang Kai was unable to protect himself with his Emperor Qi, let alone others. If anyone wanted to endure this pain, they would have to rely on the strength of their own body to do so. The question was, where did this outer astral wind come from? Yang Kai had a sturdy physique, so he wasn't afraid of these wind blades as he endured and stepped forward. The further he went, the stronger the wind became. Holes of different sizes started appearing on the cliffs. The big holes could accommodate 7 to 8 people, while the small ones could only allow 1 person in. Yang Kai deduced that these caves were left behind by the previous generations of disciples from Orthodoxy Temple. It was quite dangerous to cultivate here, so if a disciple realized that they couldn't take it anymore, they could seek shelter in these caves to recuperate. As Yang Kai proceeded further, the wind became more violent. However, he remained unperturbed as a glint flashed across his eyes. This is indeed a good place. With this, the disciples from High Heaven Palace can conveniently practice body tempering. If they come here to cultivate for some time, their bodies will become robust, and as long as their bodies are strong, they will have an easier time cultivating and fighting. The valley was long. Yang Kai had been walking for an hour, but the end was still nowhere in sight. Nevertheless, the outer astral wind around here was starting to feel a bit painful. Sometimes it even caused some minor cuts on his skin, but such cuts would soon disappear thanks to his incredible restorative abilities. Just then, a suppressed roar could be heard from the front. Yang Kai listened to it and put on a smile as he quickened his pace. A moment later, a gigantic figure that was about 70 meters long and 50 meters tall came into sight. Lightning could be seen flashing around its body as it exuded a ferocious aura. This humongous figure looked like a rhino at first glance with a pointed horn on its head as it kept writhing about. As the wind whisked across it, blood was seen streaming down its huge figure, but it remained standing tall and roared in a deafening voice. As the huge figure was panting heavily, it noticed someone approaching and immediately turned to look at him. Its eyes, which were as large as 2 wash basins, had turned bloodshot. When their eyes met, Yang Kai nodded gently and stepped into the cave on the side. What was strange was that right after he entered the cave, all the wind attacking him seemed to disappear. A moment later, a burly figure entered the cave as well. It was none other than Xile. Appearing embarrassed, Xile uttered, "Sir, what are you doing here?" It was embarrassing for him that Yang Kai had accidentally seen his true form. He was from the monster race, but he had rarely revealed his true form since he gained the ability to assume human form. Only when he was in a life-or-death battle with mortal enemies would he revert to his monster beast form. Although he wasn't in a battle against anyone just now, he still appeared battered as he had to resist the ravages of the outer astral wind. Naturally, he didn't want anyone to see him in such an embarrassing state. "I'm here to see what the outer astral wind is about." Yang Kai put on a smile and hinted at him with his hand. After that, Xile sat down with his legs crossed as he shook his head and uttered, "This is a nice place. Sir indeed made a wise decision to take over this whole area." Yang Kai arched his brow. "You think this place is good?" Xile replied, "Of course. Given more time, my body will become even more robust." Yang Kai nodded. "If it's also useful for a monster king, then it's indeed a good place." With a grin, Xile uttered, "However, this place is quite dangerous. Anyone who tries to enter without enough strength is simply asking for death." Upon finishing his words, though, he appeared shocked as he recalled that Yang Kai had been standing not far from him earlier, but the latter appeared calm and collected, unlike how battered he was. It was then he realized that Yang Kai's body was much sturdier than his, which made him feel dejected. He was a monster king from the ancient wildlands, and his power was among the top 3 of the 32 monster kings, so it was inconceivable that his body wasn't as strong as a human's. The reason he, inflate, and Xie Wu Wei regarded Yang Kai as their leader was that the latter was close to the Heaven's Order's descendant. After the Blood Gate reopened, they could probably get close to her through Yang Kai. However, as they came into contact with Yang Kai more and more, they realized that he was no ordinary Second-Order Emperor Realm Master himself. If they got into a one-on-one battle with him, none of them were confident they could defeat him. Furthermore, he had even subdued a woman from the Dragon Clan. At the thought of this, the three Monster Kings were convinced that he was truly powerful. After a nod, Yang Kai replied, "Since this place is useful for you, then please stay here to cultivate and keep watch over it." A smiling Shilei said, "That's exactly my intention." Suddenly, Yang Kai changed the topic by asking, "I'm only familiar with the three of you among the 32 Monster Kings of the ancient wildlands. What are the temperaments of other Monster Kings like?" Shilei stroked his chin for a moment before he replied, "Those guys are difficult to deal with. For example, Xiong Kai-shan might appear simple-minded, but in fact, he's extremely sinister. It seemed that he was conned by him before, so he appeared resentful of him." Then, Shilei put on a licentious grin. "Nevertheless, those female Monster Kings are attractive, especially Hu Fei. I heard that she has a nine-tailed heavenly fox's bloodline. TSK." Suddenly, his body shook as he straightened his face. "Sir, if you come across that devilish woman, you must be careful and not be deceived by her. Her skill in seduction is unrivaled in this world." 1 hour later, Yang Kai stepped out of the cave and continued moving forward. Shilei watched him from behind until the latter disappeared from his sight, after which he heaved a sigh. In this valley-restricted area, the further one went, the more pressure one would feel. The pressure in the place he sat was the maximum of what Shilei could endure. Otherwise, it wouldn't be useful to temper his body. Nevertheless, he wasn't strong enough to go any further. On the other hand, Yang Kai was still able to amble into the distance and leave him behind, so it was apparent that his body was unbelievably robust. Shilei secretly heaved a sigh of frustration. After all, he was a Monster King, but he was no match for a human. Stimulated, he growled and stormed out of the cave before he turned back into his true form and continued resisting the ravages of the outer astral wind. In the deepest part of the valley, Yang Kai was bleeding incessantly from innumerable cuts on his skin. Nevertheless, the wounds healed quickly thanks to his amazing restorative power, forming an endless cycle. As he explored further into the valley, there were no more caves on the cliffside. He made a guess that no one had actually reached so far into the valley since the founding of Orthodoxy Temple, so it was not strange that there were no more caves. After walking for 1 more hour, he reached the true end of the valley. At that instant, Yang Kai could feel a strange fluctuation of space principles coming from the front. Realizing something, he raised his head, only to see that 1,000 meters away from him, there was a void crack that was several tens of meters long hovering above the end of the valley. It looked like a scar in the world that could never be healed. Horrible wind could be felt coming from the void crack as it stormed towards the valley. Yang Kai realized where the outer astral wind in this restricted area was coming from. It blew out of this void crack. The world principles were self-restorative. For example, if Yang Kai tore space apart, the torn space would be rapidly healed by the world principles. However, the void crack before his eyes seemed to have been around for a very long time, and it wasn't clear what place it was connected to. The outer astral wind just kept blasting out of it, and world principles here weren't even able to repair this tear, which allowed the void crack to remain indefinitely. The sight amazed Yang Kai, and he had the urge to go in and explore. He wanted to find out what place the void crack was connected to that allowed this harsh wind to keep blowing out of it incessantly. Having made up his mind, Yang Kai manipulated the space principles and appeared before the void crack before plunging in without hesitation. A short moment later, he rushed out of the void crack, his entire body drenched in blood. Golden blood splattered midair as Yang Kai retreated several thousand meters before he finally felt safe again. Turning to look at the void crack, he was still reeling from the shock, but at the same time he was extremely excited. After he rushed into the void crack earlier, he realized that it was filled with outer astral wind, and the power of this wind was more potent than what filled the valley. As soon as he came into contact with the wind, Yang Kai was severely injured. If he hadn't immediately retreated, all his flesh would have been peeled from his bones in a short moment. Regardless of how sturdy his body was, he would have lost his life if that happened. Although he only remained in the void crack for a moment, Yang Kai could feel an extraordinary aura inside. It was an aura that seemed able to destroy everything in this world, and it was clearly the source of the outer astral wind. Orthodoxy Temple had been around for more than 10,000 years, and the outer astral wind existed far before the founding of the sect. Nevertheless, everything happened for a reason in this world, and it was the same for the outer astral wind. There was no way it would blow through the valley for tens of thousands of years without a reason. The source of the wind was hidden in the void crack. Unfortunately, Yang Kai wasn't even sure what this source was, nor did he have the ability to seize it. However, undeniably, that must be a supreme treasure inside that might even be able to make great emperors wary. Yang Kai was tempted to take it out, but after evaluating his own power, he still decided to leave in a dejected manner. He wasn't powerful enough to take the treasure out. Perhaps he had to wait for his cultivation to reach the peak of this world sometime in the future before he could do that. A moment later, he returned to where Shilei was. Seeing him, a shocked Shilei asked, "Sir, what happened to you?" At this moment, Yang Kai appeared battered as his dried golden blood was caked around his body like a layer of gold. Even his aura was unstable, making it apparent that he was injured. Yang Kai coughed lightly and replied, "Just a small accident happened. It's too dangerous further down the road, so I suggest that you be extra careful." Upon finishing his words, he snuck into a nearby cave and adjusted his breathing. Shilei appeared solemn and didn't suspect his words at all. Even Yang Kai had suffered such a setback up ahead, so what would happen to him, an individual weaker than Yang Kai? After Shilei was warned, he decided not to move further into the valley before he was fully prepared. Half a day later, Yang Kai stepped out of the cave in a clean set of clothes and left the restricted area in a crestfallen manner after bidding Shilei farewell. Upon meeting Hua Qingxi and Nanmen Dejun, they chose a suitable location in Orthodoxy Temple to set up a space array. A passionate Nanmen Dejun decided to assist him and put aside his own task. In the past, the reason Nanmen Dejun decided to stay in High Heaven Palace was that he had witnessed how Yang Kai was able to arrange a cross-territory space array, so he wanted to study under him. Unfortunately, even though he had grasped the basics of arranging a space array, and he could make a proper-looking one, the array wasn't able to transport people through the void. Nanmen Dejun only realized that he had fallen into a pitfall after years of studies, that only masters in the Tao of space were able to arrange functional space arrays. Nevertheless, this didn't dampen his enthusiasm to study it. On the Grand Tao, one principle led to many others. An array grandmaster like Nanmen Dejun was able to figure out many things from seemingly unrelated studies, and the experience and information he gained were useful to him in many ways. With his help, the space array was arranged far more easily. Since this place would be the branch sect of High Heaven Palace, and more than 50,000 disciples would stay here, the space array couldn't be too small. Yang Kai consumed countless space spirit crystals and space spirit jades to build a large-scale array that could transport more than 100 people at once. It took Yang Kai an entire day to get everything done, and after he connected the space array to the network, he bid farewell to Hua Qingxi and Nanmen Dejun. When his figure appeared again, he was already in the ancient wild lands. After leaving the humble tree cave, he paid a visit to Elder and Muna to thank them for their help previously. At the same time, he had also brought many gifts for the two clans. In the war against Orthodoxy Temple, the Stone Spirit Clan and Wood Spirit Clan had made tremendous contributions. During the initial perilous situation, they tracked down and killed a number of demon spirits, causing the other demonified cultivators to lose their ability to act. After the battle ended, the Wood Spirit Clan also used their secret techniques to suppress the demon chi within the bodies of more than 10,000 demonified cultivators, which allowed Yang Kai purify the demon chi corrupting them and save many of the top cultivators in the Southern Territory. These two clans were peace-loving, so if it weren't for Yang Kai's request, they wouldn't have stepped out of this land place where they had been living for generations and gotten involved in such a conflict. Certainly, Yang Kai would never forget this favor of theirs. After some small talk, he got to the main topic. "Elder, You're a knowledgeable man, so I want to ask you about someone. Elder replied with a smile. I've merely lived for a long time. Who is it that you wish to know about? Elder, have you heard the name Shang Yuzhu before? Asking about Shang Yuzhu wasn't the main reason for Yang Kai's visit, but he believed that he should inquire about her anyway. Although he didn't think Shang Yuzhu was a wicked person, he still had to be careful. After all, she had made him some promises, so finding out more about her would also be beneficial for their future cooperation. Stone Spirit clan members enjoyed a very long life, and Elder could even be said to be the oldest living being in the entire star boundary, which was why Yang Kai decided to ask him about it. Shang Yuzhu. Elder repeated the name and shook his head. I've never heard of her name before. You've never heard of her? Yang Kai was stunned. Elder replied, if it's a unique name that shook the world, as long as I had heard of it before, I will never forget it. What's special about her that makes you so concerned? After a sigh, Yang Kai uttered, this is what happened. He went on to tell them what happened in Luo sect, but he left out the promises Shang Yuzhu had given to him. Despite that, Elder and Muna were still startled upon hearing his narration. A shocked Elder exclaimed, I can't believe such a person exists in this world. An amazed Muna covered her mouth and said, she survived in the void crack on her own for tens of thousands of years? That's very shocking indeed. She paused for a moment. She's quite pitiful. After a nod, Yang Kai uttered, I find it shocking as well. That's why I've decided to ask Elder about it. Elder shook his head. I've indeed never heard her name before though. A glint flashed across Yang Kai. Elder, you mean something is off about her background? Elder, however, chuckled and replied, not really. Although I've lived for a long time, I don't know everything in the world. Since who knows how many years ago, our clan have been living in seclusion in the ancient lands. I don't know much about the struggle to reach the peak of the Grand Tao, as I've only heard of some rumors about it. I don't even know who took part in the battle at that time. However, since she was able to name several great emperors, she is probably not lying. So, she might really be from that period of time. Do you think she's a good or evil person? After shaking his head, Yang Kai replied, I can't sense any ill intentions from her. Elder uttered with a smile. It'll be all right then. She'd been confined for several 10,000 years, so I'm sure not much of her cultivation is left. Even if she's an evil person, she's still not a great emperor. If she dares to commit any outrageous crimes, those who stand higher than us will deal with her. Yang Kai bowed his head. That's what I thought as well, which was why I decided to bring her out of that place. Otherwise, I wouldn't have dared to do such a thing. I would have tried to find out more about her first. After bidding farewell to Elder and Muna, Yang Kai headed to Luanfeng's palace. Outside Phoenix Nest Palace, two majestic-looking monster commanders were guarding the place as they exuded thick, malevolent aura. All of a sudden, a figure flashed across their eyes and landed on the ground in front of them. Upon seeing that, one of the monster commanders, who had a large mouth and nose, growled, Who goes? He gulped down what he was about to say though as he made out Yang Kai's face. Yang Kai was a famous figure in the ancient wildlands. Besides the monster kings, their subordinates such as monster commanders, monster generals, and other soldiers also knew who he was. Furthermore, he had broken into Phoenix Nest Palace several times, but Luanfeng had never been able to do anything to stop him. That was why everyone in the palace was aware of a scourge like him. Previously, after Luanfeng returned to the palace, she gave the order that if they saw Yang Kai again, they should kill him immediately while she would take full responsibility. Despite her order, the monster commanders would never have the guts to do this. Even those who were able to battle against him wouldn't dare to do so, let alone those who were no match for him. Therefore, upon seeing Yang Kai, the two monster commanders, who were guarding the palace, directly ignored Luanfeng's order and cupped their fists before one of them said with a fawning smile, So it is Senior Yang. If Luanfeng saw this sight, she would probably be enraged. After a grunt, Yang Kai put his hands behind his back and calmly walked past them. If any outsider saw this, they would have thought that Yang Kai was just returning to his own home. Seeing this, The monster commander who spoke earlier hurriedly raced after him and uttered in a fawning manner, "Sir, what might be the purpose of your visit?" As he spoke, he quickly hinted at the other monster commander with his gaze, telling him to immediately inform Luan Feng about this. The problem was that Yang Kai would always come to Phoenix Nest Palace every time he arrived in the ancient lands, and his arrival would certainly mean disaster. Luan Feng was still raging over what had happened during his previous visit, so they didn't expect that Yang Kai would come again after only a short period of time. Hence, they were worried that he would stir up trouble again. Although Yang Kai wasn't afraid of Luan Feng, it didn't mean that they were just as fearless. If Luan Feng decided to vent her anger, they were the ones who would suffer. "Why should I tell you?" Yang Kai shot him a look and pushed him away as he walked forward. Upon being pushed, the monster commander almost fell to the ground, but he didn't dare to get mad. Left with no choice, he followed Yang Kai around and tried to delay him as much as possible. Naturally, he wasn't able to hinder Yang Kai, but this monster commander's attempts still angered Yang Kai, who grabbed his collar and hurled him away. A group of maidservants who were coming over when that happened saw this and widened their eyes as they scattered away in all directions as they screamed. Yang Kai rubbed his nose and muttered with a dark expression, "What's wrong with them?" He looked around and realized that no one else was in sight, so after a sneer, he inhaled deeply and shouted, "Lady Feng, this Yang has come to see you." His loud and clear voice spread across the entire Phoenix Nest Palace. Anyone who wasn't deaf should be able to hear him. However, it was apparent that Luan Feng didn't want to see him, so she didn't reply. With a grin, Yang Kai darted his gaze around and checked the surroundings with his divine sense. Following that, his figure flickered and he appeared again in a certain courtyard. In the courtyard, a delicate-looking young girl was playing by herself. Noticing something, she looked up to see Yang Kai staring at her with a grin and was shocked. Upon closer inspection, though, she uttered, "Oh, I know you." After a nod, Yang Kai replied with a smile, "I remember you as well. Nice to see you again, little girl." The young girl before his eyes was none other than Luan Feng's daughter. In the past, not long after he arrived in the Star Boundary, Yang Kai had to flee from Blue Feather Sect to Maplewood City. Sometime after, while hunting for treasure, he happened to come across Luan Feng's daughter, who was surrounded by a group of people. It was when he witnessed the power of divine spirits and saw Luan Feng's true form for the first time, which left a lasting impression on him. However, Yang Kai had never expected that their fates would be intertwined in such a way, as they were still in regular contact with each other now. Luan Feng was noble and aloof existence in the past, but now they could be considered equals. It had been several dozen years since the incident, but Luan Feng's daughter still hadn't grown up. It wasn't that she was suffering from arrested development, but rather that it would take her a long time to reach maturity as a divine spirit. Yang Kai had always wondered who her father was, as he had never heard that Luan Feng had a partner. The question now was where her daughter came from. It wasn't like she broke out from a boulder. "Your name is Tianlong, right?" Yang Kai asked her with the best kindly smile he could manage. Tianlong nodded and pointed at him. "You're Yang Kai, the wickedest, evilest bad man in the world." Yang Kai's smile froze as his face twitched. "Who told you such nonsense?" "Mother told me," Tianlong replied with an innocent expression. A frustrated Yang Kai uttered, "She was spouting nonsense. How am I the evilest bad man in this world?" Tianlong tilted her head and grinned at him. "Mother told me that when I grow up strong I have to beat you up. Are you powerful?" Yang Kai drew a deep breath. "Don't mind her. She's just a child." "But Luan Feng, just you wait," he replied with a forced smile. "You'll find out whether or not I'm strong when you grow up." His eyes flashing a cunning light, he swiftly changed the topic. "Are you on your own?" Tianlong darted her gaze around and replied with a beam. "Do you have your eye on me or something? You better be careful or I'll burn you." Pretending to be shocked, Yang Kai exclaimed, "Oh no, I might be burned to death." He. Tianlong covered her belly and giggled. "You look funny when you lie." The corner of Yang Kai's mouth twitched as he thought he was indeed foolish. Tian Long might appear to be a little girl, but she had actually lived for several dozen years, so he only had himself to blame for the humiliation he received by treating her as if she was an ordinary kid. After a nod, he uttered, Tian Long, you come from a noble background, and you have a bright future ahead of you. However, you're still a child now, so you really should have a companion to play with. Why don't I help you with that? I have a little friend who could play with you, so you won't feel lonely anymore. Tian Long curled up her lips and replied in a haughty manner. That will depend on whether she's qualified or not. A smiling Yang Kai said, Would a fire phoenix be qualified? Tian Long was stunned for a moment before she replied with a smile. You're lying. How are you able to look for a fire phoenix to keep me company? Yang Kai shook his head. I'm not lying to you. We have a fire phoenix in High Heaven Palace. She's a little girl who is about the same age as you, so I believe both of you will have many common interests. After all, you two come from the same race. Is that true? Tian Long appeared tempted. Of course. After giving it a thought, Tian Long pressed her lips together. I know what you're up to, however. If what you've said is true, I'll forgive you. You'll find out whether or not it's true after you follow me to High Heaven Palace. Yang Kai kept persuading her. We have a lot of fun stuff in High Heaven Palace as well. Tian Long grunted. I'm not interested in playing games. But she appeared hesitant. Apparently, she was attracted to the idea of meeting the fire phoenix he had just told her about. Enough! A cold voice suddenly shouted. Hearing that voice, Tian Long raised her head before leaping up and throwing herself at the beautiful woman, who was clad in an imperial dress, with a grin. After wrapping her arms around the woman's thigh, she lifted her head and called out, Mother! Luan Feng's expression was so cold that it was as if a layer of frost could be scraped off her face. As she stroked her daughter's head, she shot a contemptuous look at Yang Kai. You would even target a child? How can you be so shameless? Yang Kai replied with a faint smile. Lady Feng, what are you talking about? I didn't do anything to little Tian Long. I just think that she's quite lonely, so I want to get her a playmate. Then he turned to look at Tian Long. You can ask your mother whether what I've said is true or not. As expected, Tian Long turned her eyes up and asked, Mom, he said that there's a fire phoenix in his palace that's about my age. Is that true? An infuriated Luan Feng bellowed. He's a vile liar. How can you believe him? Yang Kai's expression darkened. Lady Feng, I can't pretend that I didn't hear that. You know the truth as well. It's not like you haven't met her before. Apart from you, the Monster Kings from the ancient lands, Brother Fan, and Tsongo have all seen her. It's fine if you want to educate your child, but you shouldn't slander me to do so, Luan Feng said through clenched teeth. You only have yourself to blame, Yang Kai replied. If I hadn't done this, how would I be able to meet you? You've decided not to see me this time, right? Luan Feng was so enraged that her chest was heaving. Do you think you can bully me just because I'm a woman? Is that why you come to Phoenix Nest Palace every time? A surprised Yang Kai asked. What do you mean? I feel like we are good friends and have many common interests, which is why I always come to see Lady Feng first. Luan Feng yelled. Who is friends with you? Go bother Fan Wu or Tsongo if you want to make friends. She was exasperated at the fact that during Yang Kai's previous visits to the ancient wildlands, he had always headed to Phoenix Nest Palace instead of going to look for Fan Wu and Tsongo. So she couldn't tolerate it anymore. After a sigh, Yang Kai continued, I've always been sincere to you, but you just don't seem to treasure our friendship. To that, Luan Feng snorted disdainfully, Ha ha. Yang Kai straightened his face and uttered, You shouldn't get mad. It will ruin your beauty. Luan Feng bellowed, It's none of your damn business. She was a divine spirit as well as a woman, but she was so enraged at the moment that she even uttered some foul language, which went to show how annoyed she was. Yang Kai rubbed his nose. I'll have some tea served then. We'll talk about other things after you calm down. Scram as far as you can. We don't welcome you here. Upon finishing her words, Luan Feng brought Tian Long away. Yang Kai pressed his lips together and decided not to tell her about the purpose of his visit for now, as Luan Feng was on the brink of blowing her top. If he irritated her further, he might lose more than he could gain, as women could be unreasonable when they became enraged. Therefore, he decided to wait for her to calm down first. With this thought in mind, he went on to stay in Phoenix Nest Palace without any invitation. Nobody served him, as all the maidservants and guards in the palace stayed away from him as if he was air. Nevertheless, he was unperturbed as he entered a room to meditate and just waited. After a few days, Luan Feng was still nowhere in sight, but Yang Kai wasn't in a rush and would just take a stroll sometimes, as though this was really his home. Naturally, Luan Feng couldn't really ignore his presence and had instructed some people to keep an eye on him. But upon learning what he had been doing, she was truly incensed. "Do you have nothing better to do?" Luan Feng only decided to meet Yang Kai in the side hall after a month. With a cold expression, she asked, "I heard that you have High Heaven Palace in the Northern Territory. As a palace master, shouldn't you be taking care of your sect instead of coming to the ancient wild lands?" Yang Kai replied with a grin, "It's business as usual in the palace, so it makes no difference if I'm not there." Luan Feng went on to question, "What about the Southern Territory? What happened there had some serious implications, as even demons appeared. Perhaps there's a secret plot brewing. Don't you want to get to the bottom of it?" Yang Kai slowly shook his head. "My foundation is in the Northern Territory, and what happened in the Southern Territory was just a coincidence. Whatever plot is brewing over there, I'm sure the masters of the South will deal with it, so I don't have to worry about it." Luan Feng glowered at him. "Spill it. What do you want? Let's drink some tea first." Yang Kai lifted his teacup and hinted at her. She grunted, "Stop beating around the bush. I have no time to waste on you." After taking a sip, Yang Kai put the cup down and appeared hesitant. "Lady Feng, if you insist, I'll tell you the truth." Luan Feng sneered and had the urge to curse at him, but she eventually managed to hold it in thanks to her noble temperament. She had never met such a shameless person before and even suspected that his skin was thick enough to fend off her innate divine abilities. Updates by with a solemn expression. Yang Kai replied, "The reason I'm here is that I have a request for you." "Out with it already." Luan Feng closed her eyes and waited for him to make some ridiculous demand, desperately trying to contain her urge to roast him alive with her world-extinguishing black flames. "I need to borrow some people from you," Yang Kai uttered. "Who do you want to borrow? How many people?" Luan Feng narrowed her eyes. Yang Kai directly said, "I want to borrow some monster kings. Just 3 of them will do. There are 3 divine venerables, so you each only need to lend me 1. I guess it should be all right." "Haha," Luan Feng laughed. With a straight face, Yang Kai asked, "What are you laughing at?" Luan Feng replied seriously, "If I don't laugh, I might not be able to contain the urge to kill you." Despite her smiling face, her tone was horrifying. Yang Kai uttered, "Pung." Luan Feng broke the table in front of her with her palm as the tea splattered everywhere. After that, she said through gritted teeth, "Yang Kai, don't go too far. Do you think you can do whatever you want in the ancient lands just because you have the support of that Heaven's Orders descendant?" Yang Kai rubbed his nose. "That's not what I think." "How dare you say so?" Luan Feng was exasperated. "If that's not what you think, why do you have no regard for this queen and the ancient lands at all? Humans have always been prohibited from entering this place, but you just come and go as you please. You've even left a space array here so you can appear at any time. I can ignore all that, but how can you break into this queen's palace and squat here like it's your own house? Do you have no regard for this queen at all?" Yang Kai just hung his head low and waited for her to vent out her anger. After she calmed down, he flashed a grin at her. "Lady Feng, it isn't as serious as you think. That's not what I meant. I truly respect you." Luan Feng sneered, "Do you think I will believe you?" A solemn Yang Kai replied, "I only speak the truth." As he said so, he patted his own chest as if he wanted her to believe that he was sincere. Luan Feng's chest heaved as she had the urge to slap him to death. She wouldn't have been so enraged if she could do just that, of course. Earlier, she said that Yang Kai was arrogant because he had the support of Heaven's Orders descendant, but she simply said that out of anger. In reality, she knew that even without that heaven's orders descendant, she still wouldn't be able to expel him. During her last meeting with Fei and the others, she had heard a shocking piece of news. Xianxia seemed to have gotten together with a pure-blood dragon girl. Furthermore, he had visited Dragon Island and come back alive. Luan Feng had no idea what had happened on Dragon Island, but the fact that Xianxia was even still alive meant that he couldn't be taken lightly. After a snort, she swung her sleeve and uttered, "Whatever you say, this queen will never grant your request." With a bitter expression, Xianxia said, "Lady Feng, please don't be so stingy. I just need 3 more monster kings. There are still 29 monster kings in the ancient lands. If you lend me 3 more, there'll still be 26 of them. This is just a small favor, and it wouldn't affect your rule over the ancient lands." Luan Feng was so angered she started laughing. "How do you have the nerve to say that you just want 3 more? We already lent you 3 previously. What do you regard monster kings as? The ancient wildlands is vast, but we only have 32 monster kings in total. If you keep asking for more, we won't have any left in the end." "No, I'll never lend you more of them." Xianxia cupped his fists. "This is the last time I'll borrow them from you, I swear. If I come here to make such a request again in the future, you can call me a liar or whatever you want." Luan Feng shot him a glare as she didn't believe him before suddenly asking, "This queen is curious about why you need 3 more monster kings. Aren't she Lei and the others enough to help guard High Heaven Palace?" After a sigh, Xianxia explained, "They are enough to help protect High Heaven Palace. However, you already know what happened in Orthodoxy Temple. I happened to take over its lands in the Southern Territory after that incident and plan to make it into a branch sect of my palace. Therefore, I need more monster kings to assist me in ensuring its security. If this wasn't the case, I wouldn't have come over to bother you." A shocked Luan Feng asked, "You've taken over Orthodoxy Temple? How did those from Star Soul Palace even agree to it?" Xianxia replied with a smile, "It's just a plot of land with no owner. Why would they be unwilling to let me have it?" After a nod, Luan Feng uttered, "Boy, you're quite ambitious. You're doing well in the Northern Territory, but now you're even expanding your power to the Southern Territory." A helpless Xianxia replied, "I'm left with no choice." In this, he was telling the truth. If it weren't because there were too many disciples in High Heaven Palace, he wouldn't have tried to acquire Orthodoxy Temple. Seeing that Luan Feng was showing some signs of compromise, he hurriedly went on to persuade her by saying, "That's what happened. Lady Feng, please agree to my request. I only need 3 more monster kings." Luan Feng replied dispassionately, "This queen has made herself clear. I will never agree to it. You've already asked so much from us, and each time we've agreed, don't go overboard." Realizing that she was determined, Xianxia frowned. "Are you really not going to lend them to me?" She uttered coldly, "Don't make me repeat my words." After a nod, Xianxia replied, "Since you've said so, I won't force you." Luan Feng was suddenly at a loss for words, as she didn't expect that he would back down so easily. Before she could even celebrate her victory, though, Xianxia asked, "By the way, who were the monster kings that had sworn allegiance to divine venerable Shi Hua in the past? Why are you asking?" Before Luan Feng finished her words, she suddenly thought of something, and with that, she narrowed her eyes and clenched her teeth. Xianxia grinned at her as he summoned out his embodiment, who played along with him and carried himself in a majestic manner. Xianxia pointed at him and said to Luan Feng with a smile, "Although Shi Hua is dead, his inheritor is right here, and he intends to regain control of the northern part of the ancient wildlands. Please help me inform Fan Wu and Song Go about it. Also, tell those monster kings and monster commanders who are originally from the north to return." The embodiment grinned at Luan Feng at the right moment, and when she saw this, her expression darkened as she said through clenched teeth, "So, this was your plan." After a sigh, Xianxia replied, "I'm left with no choice. Please forgive me." Luan Feng raised her blemish-free chin and said, "But so what? Do you think he can gain a footing here in the ancient lands just because he has refined Shi Hua's source? Xianxia, don't be so naive. If she gave in to him now, those from the ancient lands wouldn't have the courage or strength to ever oppose him again. That was because their persistence and defense had been repeatedly shattered by him. Yang Kai said impassively, "This king is eternally grateful to the ancient lands and the three divine venerables for your help in the battle against Orthodoxy Temple, and I am willing to be on good terms with you all. However, if you insist on hindering me, then don't blame me for being ungrateful. Everyone in this world strives to achieve greater heights. I'm curious to find out how the other 29 Monster Kings will react once they find out that you three are stopping them from reaching a brighter future." Luan Feng was incensed as the color drained from her alluring face. "Do you have no conscience at all? How dare you threaten me?" Yang Kai went on to remind her, "Lady Feng, I only need 3 Monster Kings to help protect my branch sect in the Southern Territory. I don't think that's too much to ask for." Luan Feng was lost for words as she darted her gaze between Yang Kai and the embodiment. Feeling bitter in her heart, she knew that she would be unable to stop him. Yang Kai had threatened her with this Shihua inheritor, who did have the right to occupy the northern part of the ancient wildlands. Once that happened, if Yang Kai demanded that the 8 Monster Kings return to the north, Luan Feng and the others were powerless to stop him. Moreover, to the Monster Kings, working under Yang Kai would mean a better future for them. If the Divine Venerables insisted on hindering them, they would be displeased, and it'd be disastrous for the ancient lands. Seeing as her expression had flickered, Yang Kai knew that he had achieved his goal, and said with a grin, "Lady Feng, there's something I'm not sure if I should tell you." Luan Feng bellowed, "You've delighted in slighting this queen all along. Is there anything in this world that you don't dare to this queen?" After a cough, Yang Kai replied, "It seems that you have some misunderstandings about this king. In any case, I'm sure you'll come to recognize my sincerity as time goes by. Let's stop talking about me and discuss Tianlong." Luan Feng's expression turned cold in an instant as murderous intent exuded from her figure. "If you dare to do anything to her, this queen will never let you off." She could give in to him on many issues, but her daughter was her reverse scale. The fact that Yang Kai even mentioned Tianlong was enough to enrage her. Yang Kai threw his hands in the air and uttered, "Lady Feng, please don't misunderstand. I don't intend to do anything to Tianlong. No matter how despicable you think I am, I would never threaten a mere child. I just think that even though she was born by you, it's not guaranteed that she'll be able to inherit everything from you. Yes, she has a noble bloodline, but there are exceptions to everything in this world, right?" Luan Feng said in a haughty manner, "She is this queen's daughter, so there's no way she'll turn out to be weak." After a nod, Yang Kai went on to say, "Good, but even if Tianlong was able to inherit everything from you, would that truly satisfy you? Don't you want her to stand on your shoulders and achieve even greater heights?" Luan Feng's expression turned serious when she heard those words. "What do you mean?" Yang Kai replied calmly, "Lady Feng, you've said it yourself that this king has the support of Heaven's Order's descendant. I don't think I need to tell you what Heaven's Order did in the past. Surely you must know there are countless divine spirit sources in Heaven Order's palace. The reason those Monster Kings from the ancient lands are so respectful to me and do whatever they are told is that they hope to become divine spirits in the future. How do you have the nerve to boast that you're living off a woman?" Luan Feng shot him a disdainful look. Ignoring her mockery, Yang Kai went on to say, "This king considers himself pretty lucky. I inadvertently took in a young girl many years ago, never expecting that she would turn out to be the descendant of the famous Heaven's Order. Furthermore, her bloodline accidentally awakened. I'm not trying to boast to you, but Ruashi is pretty obedient toward me. After she comes out from Bloodgate, she'll not reject any requests that I have." "What does that have to do with Tianlong?" Luan Feng frowned. Yang Kai replied with a smile, "If this king is not mistaken, Lady Feng is only a variant species of the Phoenix clan, a branch clan at best. Yes? Since that's the case, there's still some difference between you and a pureblood phoenix. Heaven's Order killed countless divine spirits in the past, including dragons and phoenixes, so, as you can see, there must be Phoenix clan sources in her palace." After he finished speaking, He picked up the teacup to cover his face while examining Luan Feng's expression and, as expected, she appeared tempted. Knowing that she couldn't resist this offer, he was elated. A moment later, Luan Feng uttered, "Are you sure you can help Tianlong get into Heaven's Order Palace?" Yang Kai immediately replied, "I'm sure Ruoshi will not reject me if I make this request." Luan Feng took a deep breath and gently nodded. "Boy, the reason I'm not willing to lend you more Monster Kings isn't that I am selfish. You're a human, after all. So if you have too many Monster Kings as your subordinates, you'll be regarded as siding with the monster race, which will be terrible for your reputation." Yang Kai replied confidently, "Lady Feng, many thanks for your concern, but without sufficient strength, everything else is meaningless." Luan Feng looked away. Fan Wu and Song Go might not agree to it. Yang Kai grinned at her. With Lady Feng taking action, why wouldn't they agree to it? As far as I know, even though Fan Wu has always been the strategist among the divine venerables, Lady Feng is actually the most powerful. Flattering me is useless. After Luan Feng finished speaking, she rose from the chair and turned to leave. "Where are you going?" Yang Kai stared at her alluring figure and asked. "Just wait here. Whether or not they'll agree to it, I'll give you an answer in 5 days." Hearing that, Yang Kai knew that he could definitely get what he wanted. So he stood up and cupped his fists with a smile. "Many thanks for your help, Lady Feng. All his persuasion so far was worth it." Moreover, he knew that since he had made Luan Feng side with him, he would be able to obtain whatever he wanted from those in the ancient wildlands in the future. However, if he couldn't achieve his goal this time, he wouldn't be able to get any benefits from here anymore. Feeling over the moon, he returned to his room and waited. Upon receiving the news, Song Go rushed over to Fan Wu's palace. 3 great divine venerables had gathered together, but their expressions were dark. "He's crossed the line this time. Previously, we even went out to help him. But I didn't expect that he'd make such an outrageous demand so soon after. He wants 3 more Monster Kings this time? Why doesn't he just go to hell?" Song Go was so enraged that it was as if he was preparing to get into a life-or-death battle with Yang Kai. Fan Wu sighed. "We've always enjoyed a peaceful life in the ancient lands, but I never expected that we'd be suppressed by a rotten brat in the end. The heavenly way is truly unfair to us." A cold glint flashed across Song Go's eyes. "Why don't we kill him now so that there won't be any more trouble in the future?" Luan Feng shot him a look. "And face that heaven's order's descendant when she leaves the blood gate?" Song Go flinched before he slumped in a dejected manner and muttered something. To divine spirits, the mere mention of heaven's order was like when a mouse heard a cat meow. That was a kind of innate fear. Fan Wu uttered solemnly, "Moreover, I don't think we can easily kill him now." When Yang Kai first arrived in the ancient wildlands, he had already showcased incredible combat prowess despite being just a first-order Dao Source Realm cultivator. Several dozen years had passed now, and given his aptitude, he must have become far stronger now, not to mention that he was proficient in the Dao of space. If they couldn't find a way to trap him first, ensuring he couldn't flee, even the 3 of them were not confident of prevailing over him. Furthermore, if they fell out with him, the consequences would be dreadful. Song Go grumbled. "What should we do then? Do we just let him do whatever he pleases?" Fan Wu turned to look at Luan Feng and questioned, "Lady Feng, how did your discussion with him go?" Luan Feng lowered her gaze and spat. "I rejected him at first, but he shamelessly released that stone spirit that refined Shur was source and threatened that he would let it occupy the northern lands, becoming the next northern divine venerable. Moreover, that brat said he would intentionally spread word to all the Monster Kings that we were interfering. This mistress really had no way out." "Shameless," Song Go growled. A glint flashed across Fan Wu's eyes as he sensitively realized that Luan Feng was hiding something from them, but he didn't ask her about it, as he knew that she wouldn't tell him anyway. After a moment of silence, he sighed. "It seems that we're unable to stop him." Luan Feng hesitated for a moment. "Although we can't refuse him, it doesn't mean we can't cause trouble for him." Fan Wu gazed at her. "What do you mean?" Luan Feng replied with a grin. "As both of you know, He has a wife called Shanqing Luo who has inherited a divine spirit source and is now a half-monster. Now, she's cultivating in the ancient lands. Fan Wu and Song Go nodded slightly, as they were aware of this. Inflate had personally sent Shanqing Luo to this place, and everyone in ancient lands had heard about her, so she wouldn't face any danger in this place. The reason she had chosen to cultivate here was that the environment in this place was best suited for her. Song Go's gaze brightened. You mean we should make a move on that Shanqing Luo girl? Luan Feng shook her head. No. I've met her before, and I quite appreciate her as a woman. She seems to have inherited a heavenly moon demon spider source as well. So one day she will be one of the greatest masters among our monster race. Since she's from the same race as us, there's no reason for us to act aggressively with her. Song Go was puzzled and asked, Since you don't intend to deal with her, why did you mention her name? Luan Feng's smile grew deeper as she continued. That brat might try to act upright, but clearly he's a promiscuous one. Do you know that he has 4 wives in total? Moreover, he's in an ambiguous relationship with a woman from Iceheart Valley, and he has gotten together with a woman from the Dragon Clan. If we count that Heaven's Order's descendant in, Song Go appeared to be longing for that kind of life as he grumbled, Tiske. He's quite lucky to have so many women. Fan Wu's eyes flashed as he thought of something before uttering. Having so many women is not necessarily a good thing. Luan Feng nodded. That's right. He met his 4 wives when they were younger, so they're not very powerful, while that woman from Iceheart Valley is a second-order emperor. We've all met her before, actually. She was that mad woman who terrorized our lands. But I've heard that she's no longer crazy. The remaining 2 are that dragon woman and Heaven's Order's descendant. None among these women would be willing to accept being second. Song Go uttered. What you're saying is, if they came across each other, he could feel a chill running down his spine just thinking about it. A woman from the Dragon Clan and Heaven's Order's descendant were naturally born to be enemies, so it'd be quite the show if they met each other. However, no one knew when Heaven's Order's descendant would come out of the Blood Gate. A smiling Luan Feng said, Before that happens, we can do something to add fuel to the fire. If he's constantly troubled by women, that brat won't have any energy left to stir up trouble in the ancient wild lands again. Song Go asked, How do we do that? Luan Feng grinned. The chance is right before our eyes. Since he wants 3 monster kings, we'll lend him 3 monster kings. It's just that he might not be able to stomach them. While Song Go was puzzled, Fan Wu understood what she was trying to say as he ran his fingers through his beard with a smile. That's right. Lady Feng has a good point. What are you 2 talking about? Can you make it clear to me? Song Go scratched his head. Fan Wu and Luan Feng grinned at each other. Oh. 3 monster kings were soon selected as the 3 great divine venerables would respectively lend Yang Kai 1 each. Inside Phoenix Nest Palace, Yang Kai stared at the 3 monster kings in disbelief as he was at a loss for words. It wasn't that these 3 weren't strong. All 32 monster kings in the ancient wildlands were powerful. The reason he was speechless was that all 3 of them were women. Furthermore, they were extremely charming and alluring women. He was familiar with one of them. She was Du Mir, the flower monster that he had met in Luan Feng's palace last time. She was excellent at serving people, and Yang Kai had the opportunity to receive a massage from her previously. At this moment, she was looking lovingly at him. Beside Du Mir was a stunning woman with rich curves and a naturally seductive expression. Only Shanqing Luo could match her in terms of allure. Her 2 watery eyes seemed like 2 black holes that were able to suck anyone's soul in and trap it forever. Although she was just quietly standing there, she exuded an indescribable charm that made any man unwilling to move his eyes away from her. Hu Fei? Yang Kai asked probingly. Upon hearing that, the female monster king was startled for a moment before she put on a smile and parted her lips. I never expected Sir to recognize this mistress. Her voice was so soft and inviting that Yang Kai couldn't help but shudder as he felt like all his bones had become lighter. She indeed lived up to her 9-tailed heavenly fox's bloodline, as every move she made was able to enchant a man. Yang Kai could even feel his lower reaches turning warm. At that instant, he was torn between tears and laughter. He had just discussed all the monster kings with Xile a few days ago, and had been specifically warned to be careful of Hu Fei. Never did he expect that Luan Feng would send this woman to him. Shooting a glance at Luan Feng but seeing her smiling back at him nonchalantly, he could only cough and turn back, nodding to Hu Fei as he replied, "Lady Hu Fei is quite famous. That's why I recognize you." Hu Fei giggled. "I guess sir means infamous. I'm sorry for what sir has heard about me." Then Yang Kai turned to look at the last monster king. Her temperament was quite different from that of Du Mir or Hu Fei. She wasn't soft and welcoming like Du Mir or as seductive and enchanting like Hu Fei. Instead, she was an icy beauty. Her pupils were strangely vertical, which reminded Yang Kai of those of a snake. Nevertheless, he wasn't afraid of the insidious feeling she gave off. Rather, he had the urge to pounce on her as if he had been hypnotized. Even if he was gulped down by her in a single bite, he wouldn't have any complaint. Realizing her identity, Yang Kai asked, "Qi Lian." Qi Lian licked her scarlet lips as her eyes beamed with a radiant glow. "Sir, you do have an incredible memory. I never expected that you would recognize this mistress as well." "Aha! Ha!" Yang Kai put on a hollow laugh and swept a glance over these three female monster kings. They were all alluring women who were clad in revealing clothes. Their fair skin, plump peaks, and long legs were all greatly exposed, and the way they looked at Yang Kai suggested that they were eager to eat him. As a chill ran down his spine, Yang Kai turned to look at the smiling Luan Feng, who was clearly enjoying the good show, and asked, "Lady Feng, can I have a word with you?" Luan Feng rolled her eyes as she went to the other side with him and questioned in an annoyed manner, "What's the matter?" A frustrated Yang Kai asked, "Lady Feng, are you all messing with me?" Luan Feng put on a frivolous smile. "Whatever do you mean?" Yang Kai stole a glance at the monster kings. "I ask you to lend me 3 monster kings, but why did you send these particular 3 to me?" Pretending to be clueless, Luan Feng asked, "Are you not satisfied with them? They're considered quite powerful among the 32 monster kings. They might not be as powerful as Xile in close combat, but you can ask Xile to try battling against them and see who will turn out to be the winner. I believe they're strong, but this isn't appropriate." Luan Feng's expression turned cold. "What do you mean? Even after this queen took great pains to summon these 3 for you, now you don't want them anymore? If that's the case, you have to tell them about it yourself and see whether they'll let you off." In the meantime, she was elated in her heart. "This is the price you have to pay for oppressing us. Do you think I have no way to deal with you? Please." Yang Kai cupped his fists. "I know you're a kind-hearted woman. Please replace them with the more ordinary monster kings. The 3 of them are really too outstanding." Even he found it hard to resist their charm, and it was taking a good deal of his focus to ward off their seduction. So what else need be said about others? If Yang Kai really brought these 3 back with him, High Heaven Palace would descend into chaos. The male disciples would never be able to focus on cultivating. Luan Feng shot him a glare. "This queen found you 3 monster kings as you requested, but now you want to exchange them for others? Don't you think your behavior is too outrageous?" After giving it a thought, Yang Kai muttered, "Perhaps. Just a bit." "Scram back to your place if you don't want them," Luan Feng snorted and declared. Yang Kai parted his lips, but he couldn't bring himself to say anything in the end. As he looked at the 3 monster kings, who were staring hungrily at him, he heaved a sigh. "Never mind. I'll take them." Luan Feng scoffed. "You're making it sound like you've been taken advantage of." She paused for a moment. "I've fulfilled your demand. Now, leave this place with them and don't come back again unless it's a truly urgent matter. After that Heaven's Orders descendant comes out of the blood gate, I'll send someone to inform you." She seemed eager to chase him away, as she was truly incensed by his very presence. She could only feel at ease once he was gone. Dawdling no further, Yang Kai clasped his fists together and uttered, "Please take care of my wife then." He didn't look for Shanqing Luo this time, as he knew that she was going through intensive cultivation. Bothering her at this point wouldn't do her any good. "Don't worry. I'll make sure that no one harms her." Luan Feng impatiently waved her hand. After bidding her farewell, Yang Kai and the three monster kings flew towards the place where stone spirits lived. It was then he realized that it was truly unbearable to have these three beautiful women around him. These three monster kings were extremely forward, and every word they uttered and every move they made seemed to be specifically to seduce him. Hu Fei, who had the nine-tailed heavenly fox's bloodline, was especially attractive as her every move or smile was able to enthrall any man. Du Mir and Qi Lian were not easy to deal with either. While one was tender and affectionate, the other was insidiously cold. Surrounded by these three different types of women, Yang Kai felt as if he was suffocating. If he wasn't loyal to his wives, he would have looked for a place and bedded these three right away. After they arrived at the place where the stone spirits lived, a group of stone spirits gazed at the three women with widened eyes and then took a look at Yang Kai. Following that, they gave him a look that only men would understand. Their actions made Yang Kai feel embarrassed, as this wasn't the outcome he had expected. The reason he came to the ancient wildlands this time was to borrow three monster kings to keep watch over Orthodoxy Temple. However, it had never crossed his mind that he would bring three enchantresses with him. After giving it a thought, he realized that Luan Feng was up to no good. She must have intended to make these enchantresses devour him and then threaten him to get him to do whatever she told him to do. He remained embarrassed when he returned to Orthodoxy Temple and, under the stunned gaze of Hua Qingxi, he introduced the monster kings to her and told her to help them settle in. Before he left, he turned solemn and swept a glance over these three alluring women as he uttered, "After I'm gone, you have to listen to Manager Hua. The human world is unlike the ancient wildlands, and you won't be able to be so carefree anymore. Since you've come to my territory, you'll have to follow the rules. If you make any mistake, you will not be spared from punishment." Hu Fei smiled tenderly at him. "Sir, what are you talking about? We're all very obedient." As she spoke, she exuded a faint charming intent. Any other man would immediately be enchanted by her and wouldn't be able to say any harsh words to her. Nevertheless, Yang Kai had his guard up all along, as he had the intention to establish his authority here. As the golden pupil in his left eye started glowing, his spiritual energy surged towards Hu Fei and erased all her charming intent. The expression on Hu Fei's fair face changed drastically, and after a grunt, her face became pale. Du Mir and Qi Lian quickly looked away, as well as their watery eyes showed a sense of surprise. At the same time, Yang Kai silently activated his golden divine dragon source strength and engulfed the three of them in his dragon pressure. Following that, he extended his hand to touch Hu Fei's delicate face. Hu Fei widened her eyes in an instant as the sight before her eyes was inconceivable. Yang Kai was standing in front of her, but it was as if she was seeing a giant dragon extending its dragon claw towards her, seemingly preparing to shred her to pieces. Faced with the claw, all her defense seemed as fragile as paper. She couldn't help trembling as the color drained from her face. Feeling the change in Yang Kai's aura, Du Mir and Qi Lian appeared fearful, as if they were facing a formidable enemy. It seemed to be just a short moment, but also seemed to last forever before the three enchantresses felt that terrifying aura disappear. With a grin, Yang Kai pinched Hu Fei's cheek, enjoying the soft feel of her skin as he said lightheartedly, "Be good girls now and help me protect this place. Do a good job and I'll definitely reward you handsomely." The stunned enchantresses obediently nodded. Yang Kai sniffed his own fingers, then winked at Hu Fei before he laughed heartily and turned to leave. After he was gone, Hu Fei and the others were finally able to heave a sigh of relief. Gazing around, they could see the shock in each other's eyes. Earlier, they had followed Yang Kai all the way to this place and realized that he was quite mild-mannered, which was why they had become a little presumptuous. However, it wasn't until what happened just now that they realized that Yang Kai was truly a horrifying monster. If they infuriated him, he would probably not go easy on them. The pressure just now was able to make them suffocate, a sensation they had never experienced even from the divine venerables. After calmly watching everything that had happened, Hua Qingxi chose this moment to speak up. "This mistress is head manager of High Heaven Palace, Hua Qingxi. May I ask for your names?" Hu Fei and the others snapped back to their senses upon hearing that, with Du Mir answering first. They didn't take Hua Qingxi lightly just because the latter was weaker than they were and instead appeared quite submissive. Hua Qingxi memorized their names as she understood the reason they appeared so meek was that Yang Kai had managed to instill a sense of fear in them. Otherwise, it would be a pain in the backside for her to deal with these monster kings. The only people in High Heaven Palace that could rival them were Fei, Shi Lei, and Xie Wu Wei. However, those three were monster kings from the ancient wildlands as well, so they were all definitely familiar with one another. Hence, there was no way Hua Qingxi could make use of Fei and the others to intimidate these three female monster kings. Now that Yang Kai had disciplined them though, it would be much easier for Hua Qingxi to manage them. She had even decided that if they wouldn't listen to her commands, she would tell Lu Yen to deal with them. Lu Yen was second only to Yang Kai in High Heaven Palace. Even the monster kings were no match for her. Now that they were joined by three more monster kings, they had enough people to protect their foundation. After Nanmen Dejun was done with arranging the new sect defending array, they could start relocating disciples to this place. On the other hand, after Yang Kai left Orthodoxy Temple, he actually returned to the ancient wildlands. Upon leaving the place where the Stone Spirit clan lived, he went to the location where Bloodgate had appeared in the past. This place was familiar to him as he had a life-or-death battle against Shi Huahir, one where he was almost beaten to death. It was only thanks to the awakening of Zhang Ruoxi's bloodline and the fact that she had taken away Shi Hua's divine spirit source that the crisis was averted. Following that, Zhang Ruoxi and Xiao Xiao entered the Bloodgate, which disappeared afterwards. There had not been any news about them since then. Some monster commanders had been stationed around the Bloodgate year-round. Yang Kai was interrogated when he arrived at this place, but after he told them his name, they all became obsequious. He then went on to probe the area for a long time, but he couldn't sense the Bloodgate's aura whatsoever. Left with no choice, he could only put the matter aside for now. The Bloodgate was connected to a sealed world that was created by Heaven's Order in the past. There was the Heaven's Order Palace inside it where many ancient divine spirit sources were stored. Divine spirits were rare these days, but they were much more common during ancient times. These divine spirits were born powerful, so they also tended to be reckless and brought chaos to the world. According to ancient records, Heaven's Order was born all of a sudden, after which she waged a great war. With the Heaven's Order sword in her hand, she slew countless divine spirits, including dragons and phoenixes. She was born from nature by coincidence, and it seemed that she was the arch-nemesis of all divine spirits. During the era when Heaven's Order lived, no divine spirit dared show its face, which allowed humans to peacefully develop their civilization. On the other hand, the divine spirits that were killed by Heaven's Order had their sources extracted and sealed within Heaven's Order Palace, which was why the number of divine spirits had dwindled. These days it was pretty rare to find any of them. Although many members of the monster race had inherited their ancestors' ancient bloodlines, they couldn't awaken their ancestors' glories without their ancestors' sources. Yang Kai only left the ancient wildlands after a couple of weeks. On the outskirts of the ancient lands, there was a shabby, desolate city where many cultivators had been staying. The ancient wildlands were known for being dangerous, but due to the abundant natural treasures and its unique environment, many cultivators still loved to venture into the place. As time passed, a city where cultivators could take a rest appeared outside the ancient lands. This was how the desolate city came about. In fact, Yang Kai had been to this place as well. At that time, he was there to look for a guide, eventually finding Old Ban, and with the latter's lead, he was able to enter the ancient lands safely. It was also because of Old Ban that he got into a conflict with Serene Soul Great Emperor's daughter, Yao Lin. She might not be a truly evil person, but because she had always been doted on and spoiled, she had become rather haughty. With the protection of some top cultivators, she insisted on barging into the ancient lands and forced Old Ban to lead the way. However, she was taught a lesson by Yang Kai. Unresigned, she joined forces with Netherworld sects In Lushang and ambushed Yang Kai at the entrance of the ancient lands passageway. But Yang Kai turned the tables on them instead. At the critical moment, Serene Soul Great Emperor's soul descend appeared, which caused Yang Kai to pull back. Arriving in this desolate city again, Yang Kai recalled his experiences with Old Ban. At that time, He was grateful to Old Ban for bringing him to the ancient lands, and upon seeing that the latter was living a destitute life with his granddaughter, he decided to bring them to the Northern Territory. While his granddaughter had gotten into Ice Heart Valley, Old Ban had also found a job in a city that was under the valley's rule. Xianxia hadn't met them for years, but he knew that Old Ban's granddaughter must have come of age now. As a cultivator in Ice Heart Valley, her future was bright. Nevertheless, he was just passing by the desolate city. After recollecting some old memories, he turned around to leave. His destination, Dragon Island. What Shang Yuzhu had told him made him realize that increasing his strength was indeed a pressing issue. Although all 10 great emperors were still alive and kicking, no one knew when the next chance to compete for that position would arrive. If that chance arrived but he wasn't strong enough, it would be useless for him to cry over spilt milk. Therefore, he had to quickly improve his strength and get prepared so that he wouldn't be flustered at the last moment. It had only been a short time since he reached the Second-Order Emperor realm, so even if he decided to cultivate in seclusion, he wouldn't be able to reach the Third Order in a short period of time. Nevertheless, reaching the next order in his realm wasn't the only way to increase his strength. To him, a breakthrough in his dragon transformation secret art and tempering his dragon vein would be more effective than reaching the next minor realm. In order to achieve that, heading to Dragon Island would be his best option. Moreover, Zhu Qing was still on the island. Previously, he had gone to a lower star field through the void corridor that Wu Kuang had forcefully opened up. Xianxia didn't know what happened to Zhu Qing after that, or whether or not those from the island had continued making life hard for her. Hence, he couldn't set his mind at ease unless he returned to the island to have a look. If possible, he wanted to bring Zhu Qing out of that place, and if he couldn't do that, he would have to arrange a space array on Dragon Island and connect it to High Heaven Palace. Otherwise, it would be quite troublesome if he wanted to head to the island again. However, before going to Dragon Island, he had to pay a visit to Spirit Beast Island first. He had always wanted to discuss the Tao of Space with Li Wuyi, as it was difficult to find someone else in this world who was also a master in the same Tao as him. Moreover, Li Wuyi was touted to be the strongest below the great emperors, so his mastery over the Tao of Space was certainly greater than that of Xianxia's. Nevertheless, in the past, Xianxia wasn't powerful enough to have this kind of discussion with him. He had never received any formal guidance when it came to cultivating the Tao of Space, but if he could now converse with Li Wuyi, he might obtain some unexpected gains. Fortunately, both Dragon Island and Spirit Beast Island were located on the East Sea. Taking Serene Soul Palace into consideration as well, the collective heritage and power of the Eastern Territory was the best among the 4 territories in the star boundary. Nonetheless, these 3 great forces were not on good terms. For example, if Martial Beast Great Emperor and those from the Dragon Clan came across each other, it'd be considered lucky if they didn't get into a scuffle, so there was no way they would join forces. In the desolate city, a man watched Xianxia leave with surprise. A moment later, he fished out a jade slip and ran a search inside it. After which, he put on a grin and muttered, "It's really him." After storing the jade slip, he took out a communication artifact and infused his divine sense into it. Then, he spoke to someone, and upon getting the latter's order, he clenched his teeth and walked in the direction Xianxia had left. However, he was only a Tao Source Realm cultivator, so there was no way he could tail Xianxia. After he left the desolate city, he realized that Xianxia was nowhere to be seen, and as he blindly looked around, he appeared frustrated. A moment later, a group of people flew towards him. The leading young man looked grimly at him and questioned, "Where is he?" The man replied apprehensively, "Fort Lord, I don't know where he is. His cultivation is too powerful, so I've lost him." The young man addressed as Fort Lord shot this man a glare upon hearing that, causing the man's forehead to be covered in cold sweat as he uttered fearfully, "Forgive me for being useless." To the side, an old man added, "Fort Lord, that person was already a First-Order Emperor when we last saw him, while Xiesan is only a Second-Order Tao Source Realm. So, it's good that he has lost him. If that person realized that he's being tailed, he would become wary." The young man's expression turned milder as he bowed his head. "Elder is correct." Then, he turned to look at the man who had given them the information. "Did you make out his face? Are you sure it's him?" The man replied steadfastly, Yes, I'm certain it's him. In the past, Fort Lord gave each of us a jade slip with his image in it, and I've always carried it with me. I wasn't paying attention at first, but I suddenly realized that he looked familiar. If you don't believe me, you can ask the others in the city. I'm sure I'm not the only one who spotted him. The Fort Lord replied dispassionately. I believe you wouldn't dare to deceive me. According to your observation, what's that person's cultivation? The man hesitated for a moment before replying cautiously. He should be stronger than you are. Fort Lord narrowed his eyes. Stronger than me? That means he's a second-order emperor at the very least. Damn! He appeared resentful of Yang Kai, as though there was a blood feud between them. The old man, who spoke earlier, was shocked. If this old master is not mistaken, that person only entered the Emperor realm in the Shattered Star Sea. Not many years have passed, but he's already reached the second-order Emperor realm. He's indeed gifted? He paused for a moment and cupped his fists. Fort Lord, I believe we need to discuss this issue further. If he's really a second-order emperor, we from the Qi family fort can't afford to offend him. If Yang Kai was present and heard this, he would definitely recall the name Qi family fort. Qi family fort wasn't considered a powerful force in the Eastern Territory, second tier at best. The strongest person in the fort was only a first-order emperor. Qi family fort and Luoxia sect could be regarded as equals, though the former was slightly stronger than the other in terms of total power. Due to the fact that they were not particularly strong, they could only occupy an area on the outskirts of the Eastern Territory. No one was interested in invading their territory, so they were able to develop peacefully. The current Fort Lord was a gloomy-looking young man by the name of Qi Hai. Yang Kai had come into contact with him several times. The first time, Yang Kai had obtained the Mountains and Rivers Bell and Phoenix True Fire in the Shattered Star Sea. Upon finding out about it, Qi Hai passionately invited him to visit Qi family fort. That was because Qi Hai's wife had barged into the ancient wildlands and was stricken with one of the 10 extreme poisons, Heavenly Frost Earth Rain. Her days were numbered, and she needed the Phoenix True Fire to help her dispel the poison. The reason Qi Hai took the risk to venture into the Shattered Star Sea at all was to look for the Phoenix True Fire. But Yang Kai had obtained it before he could do so, which was why he had his eyes on Yang Kai. However, to Yang Kai at that time, the Eastern Territory was a faraway place, so he wouldn't want to head to Qi family fort for no reason. Therefore, he only gave a perfunctory reply that he'd go if he found time. After that, Yang Kai arrived in the Eastern Territory by chance. When he reached the desolate city outside the Ancient Lands passageway, Qi Hai immediately got the news. After all, Qi family fort was nearby, and the entire desolate city was under their attention and jurisdiction. At that time, Qi Hai was just the young Fort Lord, but he still had many informants in the city. Qi Hai placed some moles around the Ancient Lands passageway to wait for Yang Kai. Eventually, one of their disciples really saw Yang Kai and passed Qi Hai's word on to him. If the Phoenix True Fire was with Yang Kai at that time, he wouldn't have minded giving Qi Hai a hand, as it wouldn't take him much effort to do so. However, the Phoenix True Fire had already been absorbed by Lu Yen at that point, and she had turned into a phoenix egg. Furthermore, Lu Yen had been taken away by Jiufeng to Spirit Beast Island to obtain the Phoenix clan's inheritance. So Yang Kai wasn't able to help Qi Hai. Also, the Phoenix True Fire was an important item, and Yang Kai was displeased that it was being spread that he possessed it and was also being stalked for it, so he rejected them right away. To Yang Kai, they should look for a way to save the poisoned person instead of having eyes on his Phoenix True Fire. The incident didn't matter to him, however, so he had forgotten about it over time. Nevertheless, to Qi Hai he could never forget about this. He was certain that Yang Kai had obtained the Phoenix True Fire, and it wouldn't take him much effort to dispel the Heavenly Frost Earth Rain. However, Yang Kai still stone-heartedly rejected him, which caused his wife to pass away because of the poison. After that, Qi Hai had transformed into an entirely different person, as he was no longer the soft-spoken young Fort Lord. He had even paid a hefty price to get into one of the top sects in the Eastern Territory in order to become strong so he could one day kill Yang Kai to get revenge for his deceased wife. To him, while the poison might have killed his lover, it was Yang Kai who needed to be held responsible. Therefore, upon learning that Yang Kai had appeared in the desolate city again, Qi Hai immediately rushed over to get his revenge and also asked Yang Kai why he was so cold-blooded at that time. The young Fort Lord in the past had become the Fort Lord of Qi family fort now, and his cultivation had reached the First Order Emperor realm. Just when he thought that he had the right to challenge Yang Kai though, his subordinate broke it to him that Yang Kai had reached a higher realm. There was no way he was a match for a Second Order Emperor realm master. We can't afford to offend him, but it doesn't mean the others can't. Qi Hai looked coldly into the distance. I'm not the only one in the Eastern Territory that wants him dead. Since he has the guts to come back here, he shouldn't even think about leaving this place alive. As he sneered, he fished out a jade slip and broke it to pieces, after which a beam of light shot into the distance. Upon seeing that, the old man couldn't help but sigh. The young Fort Lord in the past and the Fort Lord before his eyes seemed like two different people. Since his woman's death and after Qi Hai had joined that sect, everything had changed. Nevertheless, he couldn't criticize him, as getting revenge for his deceased wife was Qi Hai's only wish. If he was stripped of that wish, life would be a living hell for him. There were two islands on the East Sea, Dragon Island and Spirit Beast Island. Both islands were elusive, so without a rare opportunity, the average person would never be able to see them no matter how hard he tried to look for them. Most thought that these places where incredibly powerful cultivators lived were indeed two islands. However, Yang Kai knew that Dragon Island was actually a small world, and the entrance was beneath a particular area of the sea. Previously, if Yang Kai didn't have Li Jiao as a guide, he wouldn't have been able to reach the island at all. This trip to Dragon Island was dangerous, as Yang Kai didn't know how he would be treated when he returned. Perhaps he'd be regarded as an enemy. Therefore, he had to pay a visit to Spirit Beast Island first. What rendered him speechless was that after he visited some towns and asked around, he realized that no one knew where Spirit Beast Island was. Then he headed east and reached the seaside, but he still couldn't get any useful information. In a certain magnificent city that was built along the incredibly long coastline, many cultivators were seen walking to and fro. Inside a restaurant, Yang Kai took a seat by the window on the third floor as he drank some wine on his own. Frustrated, he wondered where he could get Spirit Beast Island's location from. Just then, he caught a whiff of a woman's fragrance as she took a seat across from him. Yang Kai frowned and raised his head, only to see a woman with a smiling face that was as beautiful as a flower. Her fair skin made her look even more alluring, and her tight-fitting blue clothes perfectly outlined her slim and delicate figure. When their eyes met, Yang Kai's gaze brightened up as he flashed a smile at her. "You are Brother Yang. It's taken me some effort to look for you." The woman across the table smiled at him. "Sister Lan He." Yang Kai finally recalled her name and felt elated as he had come across a familiar face in a foreign place, asking heartily, "Why are you here?" Upon finishing his words, he smacked his head in frustration. "Oh, I'd forgotten that you're from the Eastern Territory." Yang Kai would have forgotten Lan He if she hadn't appeared all of a sudden. He didn't have many friends in the Eastern Territory, as he had mostly stayed in Northern Territory and Southern Territory in recent years. Nevertheless, he had come into contact with some rising stars from other territories in the Shattered Star Sea. Naturally, he had come across Lan He in the Shattered Star Sea as well. She was from Heavenly Wolf Valley in the Eastern Territory. In the past, Yang Kai had lent her a hand in the Shattered Star Sea. Later, both of them had fallen into a void crack at the same time, and it was Yang Kai who helped her escape. Otherwise, given her cultivation at that time, she would have become lost in the void crack forever. After that, Yang Kai had asked her to help look after a certain woman. That woman was Ling Yinchin, who left the solitary void-sealed world together with Yang Kai. The solitary void-sealed world was where Bing Yun had been trapped for thousands of years. Ling Yinchin and a man came across each other there and fell in love in the solitary void-sealed world. Unfortunately, her husband passed away in an accident. Before being trapped in the sealed world, Ling Yinchin's husband had belonged to Heavenly Wolf Valley, which was the same sect Lan he hailed from. After Ling Yinchin escaped the solitary void-sealed world, she didn't join Yang Kai and Bing Yun and instead opted to travel to Heavenly Wolf Valley in order to return her husband's ashes to his birthplace. Many years had passed since that time, so Yang Kai didn't remember all the details. However, he remembered that Ling Yinchin was a hospitable person. After Yang Kai and Lu Xianyun fell into the solitary void sea, Ling Yinchin was the first person they bumped into. In addition to shelter and passage aboard her ship, Ling Yinchin had even loaned Yang Kai a high-grade spirit purifying array, a precious memento of her husband, to use when he was in need. After leaving the solitary void-sealed world, Yang Kai didn't meet Ling Yinchin again. After all, they were quite far away from each other. However, after meeting Lan He from Heavenly Wolf Valley in the Shattered Star Sea, Yang Kai asked her to look after Ling Yinchin. Of course, Yang Kai didn't even know if Ling Yinchin had made it to Heavenly Wolf Valley at the time, so it really was just in case. Yang Kai had never expected that he would have the chance to bump into Lan He again. So now that he had, with a faint smile, he uttered, "What a coincidence. Sister Lan, we haven't met for ages." Nonetheless, Lan He shook her head. "I'm specifically here to look for you." "Really?" Yang Kai arched his eyebrows in surprise. "How did you know I was in the Eastern Territory?" Lan He replied, "I've heard some news about you. Some people mentioned your name and said that you are looking for the route to Spirit Beast Island, so I knew that you would be somewhere close to the sea, which is why I came to this place to wait for you. It seems that I guessed right and you really did wind up here." Yang Kai blinked. "You heard news about me, and my name was mentioned specifically? That's quite interesting. Sister Lan, where did you hear it from?" What Lan He had said contained some information that Yang Kai was concerned about, as he didn't expect that some people were discreetly inquiring about him after he arrived in the Eastern Territory. Lan He shot him a glare. "Are you just pretending to be clueless, or are you really that ignorant?" Yang Kai replied with a smile. "If I knew, I wouldn't have asked." Lan He sized him up for a moment before sighing. "Good. Do you know that you're in a perilous situation right now?" A shocked Yang Kai asked. "What do you mean I'm in a perilous situation?" After another sigh, Lan He explained, "I didn't know you were this clueless. Let's put it this way. Do you remember Brahma Holy Land?" Seeing that he appeared puzzled, Lan He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "You killed 2 of their holy sons in the Shattered Star Sea. How could you even forget about it? One of them was called Zhang Hao and the other was Xianxia. Both of them were fellow brothers as well as rising stars of Brahma Holy Land." Yang Kai touched his chin. Now that you've mentioned it, it does ring a bell." The corner of Lan He's mouth twitched. He can't even remember who he killed. If Zhang Hao and Xian found out about this in hell, they'd probably blow die all over again from anger. Yang Kai grinned at her. "I killed too many people in the Shattered Star Sea, so why would I remember these 2 specifically?" He was speaking the truth, as he had murdered countless rising stars in the Shattered Star Sea, each one of them possessing powerful backgrounds. Yang Kai naturally didn't bother to remember all their names. After giving it a thought, he uttered, "Sister Lan, you mean that those from Brahma Holy Land are searching for me?" With a straight face, Lan He replied, "It's not just Brahma Holy Land. Let me ask you, what kind of grudge do you have with Netherworld Sect? They've made a move as well." "Netherworld Sect? Tisk them again." Yang Kai felt sick at the mere mention of that sect. There were too many grudges between Netherworld Sect and him. Many years ago, Yin Lusheng ambushed Qi Yu and him in the Starlight Corridor, and after that, he would find fault with Yang Kai whenever possible. When they met in the Shattered Star Sea, in order to find Xiao Zhao's whereabouts, Yang Kai made a deal with Yin Lusheng and spared his life. After getting information from Yin Lusheng, Yang Kai went to the ancient wildlands to look for Xiao Xiao. Following that, Yin Lusheng appeared and joined forces with a second-order Emperor Realm Master from Netherworld Sect to ambush Yang Kai outside the Ancient Lands passageway. Serene Soul Great Emperor's daughter, Yao Lin, was there as well. Despite that, Yang Kai was still able to escape with his life and had even killed Yin Lusheng. Yin Lusheng was the former sect master of Netherworld Sect in Grand Desolation Starfield, and thanks to his own hard work, he had achieved a breakthrough and entered the Star Boundary, after which he joined Netherworld Sect's main sect in the Star Boundary. Sect Master Fu Bo had high hopes for Yin Lusheng and even took him in as his disciple. However, Yang Kai had killed Yin Lusheng and a second-order Emperor Realm Master Elder of their sect, which was why a blood feud had been formed between them. Furthermore, Xianxia had destroyed Netherworld sect in Grand Desolation Starfield, so the feud was basically unresolvable now. Only the destruction of one side or the other would end things now. Lan he put on a helpless smile. Brother Yang, you're really something. Of the 3 top sects in the Eastern Territory, you've offended 2 of them. Anyone else who had offended such great forces would never dare to show up in the Eastern Territory again. Fortunately, Xianxia wasn't from the Eastern Territory, so even though those from Brahma Holy Land and Netherworld sect wanted to kill him, they couldn't get the chance to do so. Now that Xianxia had shown up in the Eastern Territory, however, they wouldn't be able to hold back anymore. If they let this chance slip through their fingers, it would be hard to look for Xianxia again in the future. Therefore, after getting the news, the 2 great forces immediately went all out as they intended to kill Xianxia in order to protect their reputation. Xianxia grinned. If they don't provoke me, I won't provoke them. By the way, what's the last top sect in the Eastern Territory? Is it your Heavenly Wolf Valley? Lan he shook her head. We only have 2 second-order Emperor Realm Masters, so we can't be considered one of the top sects. The last one is Ahan Temple. Upon finishing her words, she suddenly looked at him in shock. Please don't tell me that you've also offended Ahan Temple. I've heard that Qi Gui is looking for you as well. Xianxia gazed at her and said, Do I look like I love to stir up trouble? Also, who is Qi Gui? Is he some kind of ghost? Lan he burst into laughter. He's not a ghost, but a rising star in Ahan Temple. He reached the Emperor Realm in the Shattered Star Sea, so you should have met him before. He's a hot-tempered guy with long red hair. After pondering on it for a moment, Xianxia seemed to recall that he had met such a person before. It was difficult to forget such flaming red hair after all. However, he soon shook his head. There are no grudges between us. Lan he went on to say, Then, maybe he just wants to have a fight with you. He's a battle addict. In the past, he'd frequently look for Yin Lusheng, Zhang Hao, and Zhang Xian to battle against. Now that all 3 of them were killed by you, Qi Gui has no more opponents in the Eastern Territory. Perhaps he wants to prove something by defeating you. Xianxia snorted. He's targeted the wrong guy. Then, Lan he uttered, It's not the right time for a small talk. Brother Yang, we shouldn't stay here for too long. 2 top sects from the Eastern Territory have joined forces to search for you. Fortunately, you're pretty fast and you've never stayed in one location for too long. However, the news that you're here will quickly spread. If you don't leave now, you won't be able to do so after they arrive. Xianxia sighed. I just want to live a peaceful life. But these people just keep bothering me. Lan he was exasperated as she said forcefully, This is an urgent matter. You need to leave with me now. Xianxia questioned, Huh? Where are we going? Lan he replied matter-of-factly, Of course to Heavenly Wolf Valley. Where else can we go? I'll bring you back to avoid them. Xianxia was startled for a moment before he said with a smile, Sister Lan, many thanks for your good intentions, but I won't leave with you. Heavenly Wolf Valley is located in the Eastern Territory, so I don't want your sect to fall into trouble because of me. There was no way Heavenly Wolf Valley was able to go against 2 top sects of the Eastern Territory. After he finished speaking, though, he frowned and shot a look at a certain woman who had just come up to the 3rd floor. The woman quickly looked away and took a seat at another table. Xianxia heaved a sigh. Sister Lan, how is your reputation in the Eastern Territory? Lan he questioned. What do you mean? Do you have many friends? With an elegant smile, Lan he replied, I do have some friends. She was a reputable person in the Eastern Territory. Although she wasn't as famous as Qi Gui, she was one of the rising stars of this territory. Otherwise, she wouldn't have qualified for a chance to enter the Shattered Star Sea. Furthermore, after Yin Lusheng from Netherworld sect and the 2 holy sons from Brahma Holy Land were killed by Xianxia, Lan he had garnered even more attention. Now that she was a first-order emperor, naturally many knew who she was. This will be troublesome then. The corner of Xianxia's mouth twitched. What do you mean? Lan he was puzzled. Shaking his head, Xianxia replied, Nothing. He wasn't afraid of Netherworld sect or Brahma Holy Land. He could ignore them if they didn't come at him. However, if they dared to find fault with him, He would make it known to them that they had offended someone they couldn't afford to provoke. However, now that Lan He had come all the way here to give him a warning in public, some people might see them together and inform his enemies about it. Certainly, he could just leave, but Lan He's actions had invited trouble to Heavenly Wolf Valley. If his enemies couldn't find him, they might go over to Heavenly Wolf Valley to ask about him, and Lan He would fall into trouble. Naturally, Xianxia couldn't let her face such dreadful consequences as she was well-meaning. He couldn't bring himself to tell her that she had made a mistake even though her intentions were good. Therefore, he could only try to come up with a solution to make sure that Heavenly Wolf Valley could stay out of this mess. While he was deep in thought, Lan He uttered, "Brother Yang, you have been inquiring about Spirit Beast Island, yes? Do you want to go there?" Xianxia's gaze brightened up when he heard that. "Sister Lan, do you know how to get there?" Lan He flashed a smile at him. "The location of Spirit Beast Island is top secret, so I'm not sure about it either. However, our Valley Master should know where it is." "Is there any connection between Heavenly Wolf Valley and Spirit Beast Island?" Lan He explained. "Our inheritance is related to the divine spirit Howling Moon Heavenly Wolf. Many years ago, our ancestral founders found and raised a Howling Moon Heavenly Wolf's descendant. Unfortunately, its blood wasn't that pure, so it couldn't showcase its ancestors' glory. Somehow, those from Spirit Beast Island found out about it and sent a beast seeker to obtain that descendant from us. In exchange, that person gave us a faith token and told us that if there was ever a crisis we couldn't resolve, we could take this token to Spirit Beast Island on the East Sea to seek help." A faith token? Xianxia was elated upon hearing this, as he had finally found a way to enter Spirit Beast Island after a long time of searching. Just when he was clueless about how to head to the island, he unexpectedly got the information from Lan He. The beast seeker she had just mentioned must be someone like Old Tao that he had come across in Full Sky Sect previously. Their job was to look for precious monster beasts around the world and bring them back to Spirit Beast Island to be nurtured. Although it wasn't a pureblood Howling Moon Heavenly Wolf that Heavenly Wolf Valley found, it was good enough for Spirit Beast Island to take it in. Those from Heavenly Wolf Valley were unable to nurture it, but that didn't mean that those from Spirit Beast Island couldn't. Nevertheless, they didn't take the monster beast for free. The beast seeker had left behind a faith token as compensation. To Heavenly Wolf Valley, this token was probably the greatest piece of their heritage. With this token in their hands, even the 3 top sects of the Eastern Territory wouldn't dare to harass them openly. That was because if Spirit Beast Island became involved, both Brahma Holy Land and Netherworld sect would be in trouble. Lan He put on a smile. "Brother Yang, do you understand why I've invited you to Heavenly Wolf Valley to take shelter now? I know you're worried that I might bring trouble to my sect, but everyone in the Eastern Territory knows that we have a connection with Spirit Beast Island. Even if they find out that you've gone to Heavenly Wolf Valley, there's nothing they can do about it." Xianxia nodded. "It seems I was indeed overly worried. Since that's the case, this Yang will thank you for your help in advance." Lan He shot him a glare. "Brother Yang, do you not see me as a friend? If it weren't for you, I would have lost my life in Shattered Star Sea and couldn't have achieved the success I have today. I'll always remember those who have helped me. Not to mention that you've actually saved my life." With a solemn expression, Xianxia replied, "Sister Lan, I'll not forget this favor." Honestly, it was the least Xianxia could do at that time, as it was mainly because of him that Lan He had fallen into the void crack, and it didn't take him much effort to get her out. However, even after so many years, she still came all the way here to give him shelter and took the risk of inviting trouble to her own sect to repay him. This was indeed a big favor. However, to Lan He, Xianxia had undoubtedly saved her life, so both of them had done each other a favor. Hesitating no more, Xianxia dropped some source crystals on the table and left the restaurant with Lan He. After that, the woman, who was seated at a table near them, secretly fished out a communication artifact and infused her divine sense into it before talking to someone. On the other hand, Xianxia and Lan He were walking towards the exit of the city together. Lan He suddenly frowned. "Brother Yang, your whereabouts have been exposed. Some people are following us now." With a faint smile, Xianxia replied, That'll depend on whether they're able to keep pace with us. Upon leaving the city, Yang Kai apologized to Lan He before suddenly grabbing her arm. Feeling his touch, Lan He shuddered slightly as her face blushed. The next moment, however, her vision turned blurred as the world seemed to spin around her. When her vision became clear again, she realized that they were already at a different place. However, Yang Kai wasn't done just yet. After repeating the same process a dozen times, Yang Kai let go of her arm and said with a smile, "Sister Lan, please lead the way from here." Lan He was still stunned as she turned around and realized that the city was nowhere to be seen. Then, she recalled that Yang Kai was a master of the Tao of space, and a horrifying idea sprang into her mind. That was a space divine ability, instantaneous movement. Because of Li Wuyi, everyone in the Eastern Territory knew a thing or two about masters of the Tao of space. They were aware that Li Wuyi was able to ignore the barriers of space and move from one place to another in an instant. This amazing space divine ability was known commonly as instantaneous movement. Nevertheless, most people had only heard about it but never seen it with their eyes, let alone actually experienced it. However, at this moment, Lan He had experienced how it felt to teleport freely across space. Earlier, she seemed to be passing through the void while she was in a dazed state. The experience was amazing yet terrifying. With such a divine ability, no one in this world would be able to capture Yang Kai. It was no wonder that he had the guts to venture into the Eastern Territory alone and still appear calm. A shocked Lan He asked, "Brother Yang, are you already a second-order emperor?" She couldn't figure out Yang Kai's realm earlier because he wasn't using any of his strength, but after he circulated his emperor chi, she immediately realized the realm he was in. Yang Kai nodded. "It has only been a short time since I broke through." Lan He remained stunned for some time before uttering, "Brother Yang, you're indeed a genius." Both of them were in the third-order Tao source realm when they came across each other in the Shattered Star Sea. However, what Yang Kai just showed her had truly amazed her. After she found out that Yang Kai had reached the Emperor realm in the Shattered Star Sea, she knew that the sky was the limit for him. Nevertheless, she had never expected that he'd achieve another breakthrough so soon. Now, she was in the First-Order Emperor realm, mainly thanks to the benefits she obtained from her trip to the Shattered Star Sea. Nonetheless, she wasn't that confident of breaking through to the Second Order anytime soon. Each minor realm in the Emperor realm was extremely difficult to climb. Countless rising stars had gotten stuck in the same realm for years once they reached this point, and that was why there were so few top forces in this world. A sect could be considered a top force with just one third-order Emperor realm master assuming command. Nevertheless, the strongest person in Heavenly Wolf Valley was only a second-order Emperor. Suppressing her shock, Lan He pulled herself together and identified the direction. Following that, she beckoned to Yang Kai and headed in the direction of Heavenly Wolf Valley. In the seaside city, the hall where the city space array was located was bustling with people. Many powerful masters suddenly arrived at this place from all over, stunning the cultivators who guarded the array. They wondered whether there was some kind of special occasion today. After all, there were so many top cultivators gathered together. Soon, the hall was filled with about 30 Emperor Realm Masters. It was apparent that these people came from different sects. One group of them appeared grim as if they crawled up from the depths of hell, giving off a discomforting feeling. The other group of people appeared more normal, but they all exuded a thick murderous intent. At that instant, the atmosphere in the hall was depressing. There from Netherworld Sect and Brahma Holy Land, the guards gathered together as someone was able to recognize these people. Why are all of them here? Is there some kind of treasure that's going to be born close by? If that wasn't the case, why would so many top cultivators gather together in this place? These were all Emperor Realm Masters who wouldn't show up easily in public. I don't think there's any treasure here. It seems more like they're here to kill someone. Huh? Why does it take so many Emperor Realm Masters to kill someone? Who has the guts to have offended these people? How would I know? Have you informed Sir City Lord about it? Yes, he's coming right now. The City Lord of this city was just a first-order Emperor Realm Master, so with so many top masters from two top sects appearing suddenly, He certainly had to come over to look into the matter. The news rapidly spread across the city, and soon, a short, fat old man, whose forehead was drenched in cold sweat, stepped into the hall. Upon sweeping a glance over the group before him, his legs turned to jelly as he almost passed out. He didn't believe it at first when he received the news. After all, there was nothing precious in the city that could attract the Emperor Realm Masters from Netherworld Sect and Brahma Holy Land to come here together. Now, he realized that there were indeed more than 30 Emperor Realm Masters in this place, and the auras of the two leading this group were so thick that he didn't even dare to look them in the eyes. He had some speculations about who these two people were. One of them must be the Sect Master of Netherworld Sect, Fubo, while the other should be the Holy Master of Brahma Holy Land, Su Changfeng. Both of them were famous figures in the Eastern Territory, and it was surprising that they had appeared together in the same place. The obese city lord felt that more cold sweat was oozing out of his forehead just standing there. He knew that if he couldn't handle this matter well, it would mean the end of his career as city lord. Not daring to be disrespectful, he immediately went over to salute them. Unexpectedly, both Fubo and Su Changfeng didn't seem interested in replying to this fat man as they were currently asking a woman some questions. A moment later, Fubo bellowed, "Waste!" The woman hurriedly fell to her knees with a loud thud and said fearfully, "Mercy, please!" Although no one had bothered to reply to him, the fat city lord wouldn't dare to show any signs of displeasure. As he waited apprehensively on the same spot, he listened to their conversations. Some unfamiliar names and Heavenly Wolf Valley were mentioned. A moment later, the masters in the hall started leaving the place and no one had bothered to spare the fat city lord a glance since the beginning. Soon, several dozen figures leapt into the air and flew away. It was only then that the city lord heaved a sigh of relief as his back was drenched in sweat. At that instant, he felt as if he had just escaped from death's door. He also realized that these top cultivators didn't come to this place for him or the city he was in. They were just passing by. He wondered which fool had offended these two great forces and made so many top cultivators come together to hunt him, causing him to be a bit anxious. After cursing that person in his heart, the fat city lord finally felt at ease. Heavenly Wolf Valley was situated in a vast mountain valley, surrounded by extremely high mountains, with only one way to enter the valley. As the most promising rising star in Heavenly Wolf Valley, Lan He held an important position within the valley. As she led Yang Kai to the gates, the disciples who guarded the entrance immediately saluted her, "Elder Lan." As they spoke, they sized Yang Kai up and speculated about his relationship with Lan He. This was the first time they saw Lan He bringing a man back to the valley after all. Are they Howling Moon Heavenly Wolves? Yang Kai looked up at the huge statues on either side of the main gate. The sculptures that were several tens of meters tall were apparently that of a howling wolf, weathered by time. In the past, Yang Kai couldn't have guessed what monster beasts they were. However, after listening to Lan He's explanations, he could easily guess that these statues were of Howling Moon Heavenly Wolves. With a smile, Lan He nodded her head. "That's right. Our sect was founded based on the ancient divine spirit, Howling Moon Heavenly Wolf. These sculptures were left behind by the first ancestral founder, so they're about 20,000 years old already. They look imposing." Yang Kai nodded and complimented them. Divine spirits were not to be underestimated. He might appear to be bold whenever he irritated Luan Feng in the ancient lands, as if he was able to deal with her with ease. However, he knew that if she ever lost her temper and decided to fight it out with him, he might not be able to defeat her. As divine spirits, Howling Moon Heavenly Wolves were naturally powerful as well. "Brother Yang, please." Lan He smiled and invited him inside. Yang Kai nodded and followed her into the valley. As Lan He led the way, she uttered, "I'll bring you to meet our valley master. If you want to head to Spirit Beast Island, you'll need his help." Yang Kai asked hesitantly, "Will it be troublesome for you to speak with the Valley Master?" With a smile, Lan He replied, "Don't worry, he'll agree to it." She blinked. "By the way, I forgot to tell you that the Valley Master is my master. Since I've agreed to it, there's no way he'll reject it." Hearing that, Yang Kai couldn't help chuckling. There were about 3,000 to 4,000 disciples in Heavenly Wolf Valley, scattered around the mountain valley. There were some spirit peaks in the valley as well, but they were much shorter than those mountains in the surrounding area. Inside the valley, world energy was abundant and the scent of flowers permeated the air, so it could be considered a lively and beautiful place. Moreover, Yang Kai could see that there were many wolves in the valley. Some of them moved in packs while some of them were lone wolves. Some of them were even seen running around the mountain valley playfully. Nevertheless, the disciples in Heavenly Wolf Valley were not afraid of them, and some people even had wolves as their companions, which went to show that this sect was truly intertwined with the lives of wolves. Yang Kai secretly heaved a sigh and thought that the sect really lived up to its name, as their disciples genuinely treated these wolves as their companions. While he was ambling forward, Yang Kai suddenly felt a ferocious aura sweeping over him as a wolf the size of an ox suddenly got in his way. Yang Kai was amazed because the wolf was a 12th order monster beast. In other words, it was equivalent to a human emperor realm master. However, its aura wasn't so strong, so it should be a low-rank 12th order. What shocked Yang Kai was that he could sense a hint of Lan He's aura from this wolf. Recalling what he had seen earlier though, he had a speculation in his mind. As expected, upon seeing the giant wolf, Lan He beamed at it and went over to pat its head. "Xiao Wu, were you waiting for me?" The wolf gently pressed its huge head against Lan He's embrace as they appeared intimate with each other. Lan He played with the wolf for a bit before she turned around and said, "Xiao Wu, let me introduce the senior brother to you. He was the one who had saved my life in the past, Yang Kai." Then, she said to Yang Kai, "This is my battle wolf, Xiao Wu." As Yang Kai met with the wolf's sharp gaze, the wolf nodded slightly to express its gratitude in a fairly human manner. Yang Kai knew that a 12th order monster beast must have gained sentience and could no longer be considered an ordinary monster beast. Cupping his fists, he uttered, "Greetings, Brother Wu." The wolf suddenly howled with a displeased expression, which stunned Yang Kai. Lan He burst into a fit of giggles as she said in a joyful tone, "Brother Yang, Xiao Wu is a girl." After she finished speaking, a crackling sound was heard coming from the wolf as its figure contorted and transformed into a burly woman. She was 1 head taller than Lan He, and her frame was quite stocky. Her fingers appeared strong with razor-sharp nails, and she was clad in a blouse and short skirt that exposed her stout thighs to the air. Her well-built muscles seemed to contain an explosive power as she waved her fists at Yang Kai and bellowed, "Are you blind or what?" At that instant, Yang Kai was utterly embarrassed. "I am not at fault. It's difficult to tell whether a wolf is male or female in their beast form." Lan He leapt into the air and slapped her head. "You can't be so impolite to him." It was only then that Xiao Wu pressed her lips together as she straightened her face and cupped her fists. "I've heard about you from little He before. Many thanks for assisting her at that time." Yang Kai replied smilingly, "It was the least I could do, so there's no need to thank me." Xiao Wu swept a glance over Yang Kai and gently pushed Lan He with her muscular shoulder before saying, "This brat is pretty good. Why don't you take him in? You're pretty mature now, so it's about time you looked for a mate." Upon hearing that, Lan He was utterly embarrassed. A stunned Yang Kai thought, "I'm not deaf. Shouldn't she be speaking in a hushed voice if she wanted to say something like this? Why was she so loud?" A blushing Lan He chided, "Stop spouting nonsense. Brother Yang is in a bit of trouble, so I've brought him here to look for my master." "What trouble?" Xiao Wu asked curiously. "It's no use telling you about it. Stay right here. I'll look for you later." As she spoke, she hurriedly beckoned to Yang Kai. She was worried that Xiao Wu might say something shocking again if they stayed any longer. Watching the two of them leave, Xiao Wu snorted as her figure contorted and turned back into a wolf before she ran across the field. "Brother Yang, I'm so sorry. Xiao Wu doesn't think before she speaks, so please don't mind her," Lan He said with a bashful expression. Yang Kai put on a faint smile. "Xiao Wu is pretty interesting." Lan He explained, "I grew up with Xiao Wu from infancy. For the disciples of Heavenly Wolf Valley, given enough aptitude, we're allowed to raise a battle wolf. To outsiders, they might just be helpers or tamed monster beasts. But to the disciples of Heavenly Wolf Valley, their brothers and sisters. Yang Kai said, "Why didn't you bring Xiao Wu to the Shattered Star Sea then?" Lan He shook her head with a helpless smile. There was a limited quota of people that were allowed to enter the Shattered Star Sea. We only managed to obtain a small number of spots, so Xiao Wu couldn't go. Yang Kai nodded. He had been to the Shattered Star Sea as well, so he knew that when the place opened up, only those with star seals would be allowed in. As they spoke, the pair reached a certain hall. Lan He told Yang Kai to have a seat and got someone to prepare some tea before saying to him, "Brother Yang, please wait here. I'll speak to my master now." After Yang Kai nodded in acknowledgement, she turned around to leave. Lan He directly landed on a certain spirit peak in Heavenly Wolf Valley a short time later and shouted, "Master! Master!" A moment later, a light voice was heard coming from a quaint cottage. In here, Lan He shuffled toward the source of the voice and saluted an elegant-looking middle-aged man. "Master." The middle-aged man was none other than the Valley Master of Heavenly Wolf Valley, Tang Sheng, as well as the strongest cultivator in their sect, a second-order Emperor Realm Master. There was a Vice Valley Master called Chen Xiaoying in the sect who was also a second-order Emperor Realm Master, and the two happened to be a married couple. Tang Sheng had ascended to this realm earlier though, so he was slightly stronger. Tang Sheng opened his eyes to look at his disciple and felt gratified. Heavenly Wolf Valley wasn't a top sect, so it was difficult for them to get a disciple to reach the Emperor Realm. Lan He didn't disappoint him though, as she managed to reach Emperor Realm quickly, so as her master, he was quite satisfied with her. With a smile, he asked, "Have you gained anything during your recent trip?" Lan He replied, "I've experienced many new things and heard some interesting stories, but I haven't managed to gain anything tangible." Tang Sheng flashed a smile at her. "Your experiences are crucial in making you stronger. Perhaps sometime in the future, something you saw or heard in passing will become a nutrient for your growth and the key to achieving a breakthrough. Perhaps even the least conspicuous of encounters will become the straw you can grasp at when you find yourself in a perilous situation." Master is wise. Lan He looked smilingly at him, as she wasn't as cautious as when a common disciple was facing their master. Instead, she treated him like he was her father and spoke openly. "I've actually come across such a straw this time." Tang Xing asked curiously, "What do you mean?" Lan He explained, "Master, do you remember Elder Ling?" As she spoke, she walked over and prepared a cup of tea for him. Tang Shang took a sip of it and said, "She's an elder in our valley, and we meet each other frequently, so how could I possibly forget her?" Lan He walked behind him and massaged his shoulders as she said with a smile, "I mean, do you remember why Elder Ling came to our sect in the first place?" After a sigh, Tang Shang said, "She came here for Wuan. She and Wuan were deeply in love with each other. Otherwise, I wouldn't have stretched the rules to take her in and even given her the position of elder so readily." Ling Yinchin wasn't raised by Heavenly Wolf Valley, so the main reason she was taken in was that she had been married to one of their disciples, Wuan, in the past. Unfortunately, Wuan passed away in a sealed world, but even after many years had passed, Ling Yinchin had traveled a great distance to return her husband's ashes to the valley for burial. To be precise, the deceased Wuan and Tang Shang were brother disciples, which meant that Ling Yinchin was in the same generation as Tang Shang, so she was senior to Lan He. When Ling Yinchin arrived at Heavenly Wolf Valley, she was only in the third-order Dao Source Realm. Fortunately, she had been given enough resources, and paired with her own aptitude, she was able to reach the Emperor Realm in just a few years, after which she was promoted to be an elder by Tang Sheng. Lan He said, "When I was in Shattered Star Sea, I came across a person who told me about Elder Ling. After I left that place, I told some people to find out Elder Ling's whereabouts, and fortunately, we soon got some good news and brought her back to the valley." Tang Xing nodded. "Yes, I remember. Why? Did you want some kind of reward?" It was beneficial to the sect to have even one more Emperor Realm Master, so Yang Sheng thought that Lan He was trying to get some benefits from him. Lan He stuck out her tongue and replied, "No. I'm just saying that the person who told me about Elderling is called Yang Kai. Tang Sheng nodded and said, I remember that he saved you by helping you escape from the void crack. You've told me about it before. After he finished speaking, he thought of something and turned to look at her. You said you met a life-saving straw while outside. Could it be? Lon, he flashed a faint smile at him. Master, you're indeed intelligent. I indeed bumped into Brother Yang this time. He's in the Eastern Territory? Didn't you say that he's from the Southern Territory? Yes, he's from the Southern Territory, but he is here for some purpose. Updates by Have you brought him back, then? He's your savior, after all. Since you've met him, you should properly thank him. Lon, he replied. Of course I've brought him back. He's in the side hall now. Hearing that, Tang Sheng rose from the chair and shot her a glare. Little girl, since you've brought him back, why did you beat around the bush just now? He's your life's savior, so as your master I must meet him and express my gratitude as well. Lon, he said with a smile. I've already thanked him. A solemn Tang Sheng rebuked. He saved your life, so we can never thank him enough. Seizing the chance, Lon, he said. Actually, he's here to ask for your help. I was worried that you wouldn't agree to it, but it seems that I can be at ease now. Tang Sheng stopped in his tracks as he had a premonition all of a sudden. Turning around, he stared at her and said, It seems that you're up to something. You even prepared tea and helped massage me. You must be up to no good. That's not true. Is your precious disciple that kind of person in your eyes? Lon, he pouted with an aggrieved expression. Tang Sheng snorted. I know you well enough. He paused for a bit. It seems that it isn't a small favor. What does he want? Lon, he replied hesitantly. Master, Tang Sheng demanded. Just tell me straight. Otherwise, I'll punish you. He shot a glance at Lan He's head, which caused her to immediately cover it. After giving it a thought, she decided to be straightforward with him. He's come to the Eastern Territory because he wants to visit Spirit Beast Island, but he doesn't know how to get there. Spirit Beast Island. Tang Sheng's expression changed as he realized something. Then, he nodded gently. Good. Spirit Beast Island was elusive, so it was practically impossible for anyone to get there without any clues. Even the people in the Eastern Territory didn't know where the island was located, much less an outsider like Yang Kai. However, Tang Sheng was aware of the way to get there, because a beast seeker from the island had left behind a faith token for them. By just bringing the token to the East Sea, they would be able to find the island. With a smile, Tang Sheng replied, It's just a small favor. Since he saved your life before, I'll personally lead the way for him to make sure that he reaches Spirit Beast Island. The faith token was indeed their biggest safety charm, but if they were just making use of it to get to Spirit Beast Island without actually seeking assistance, it wouldn't incur any losses for their sect. If their sect fell into danger in the future, they would still be able to use the token. It would also be good to take this chance to repay Yang Kai's favor. By doing so, they could also make friends with him. Tang Sheng had heard from Lan He that Yang Kai was a powerful young man with outstanding talent and aptitude. Furthermore, he was proficient in the Tao of space, so his future was basically limitless. Li Wuyi was touted to be second only to the great emperors precisely because he was proficient in the Tao of space. In the future, Yang Kai might just be as powerful as him. Therefore, becoming friends with Yang Kai now would be beneficial for their sect. As these ideas flashed across Tang Sheng's mind, he made a decision. It wasn't that he was a scheming man, as anyone else would have had the same thoughts as he had. Moreover, as the Valley Master of Heavenly Wolf Valley, he had to consider what was best for the sect above all else. Upon hearing that, Lan He didn't become elated. Instead, she looked cautiously at him and said hesitantly, It would be good if the matter was so simple. However, Brother Yang is in a dangerous situation right now. Tang Sheng looked doubtfully at her. What do you mean? Lan He explained. Honored Master, don't you remember what I told you? Brother Yang killed many people in the Shattered Star Sea, including the 2 holy sons from Brahma Holy Land, Zhang Hao and Xianxia. Tang Sheng's expression changed slightly. You mean, The people from Brahma Holy Land are coming for him. Netherworld sect is as well. She spoke in an even lower voice. What? Tang Sheng's expression changed drastically this time. It would still be manageable if only one of the top sects was after Yang Kai, but now, two of them were hunting him down at the same time, so there was no way he could survive. Other people would have pushed such a troublemaker away immediately, but Lan He actually brought him back to her sect instead. Tang Sheng was so exasperated that he was at a loss for words as he pointed his finger at her. Lan He said in an aggrieved manner, "Master, you told me before that we should repay any favor we receive, no matter how small it may be, to say nothing of the fact that Yang Kai had saved my life. If he hadn't sent me out of the void crack, I would have died long ago." A frustrated Tang Sheng replied, "I did tell you this before, but it also depends on the situation, right? You're basically inviting trouble to our sect." Lan He pouted, "We have the faith token from Spirit Beast Island, don't we? No matter how powerful the two great forces are, they wouldn't dare to make a move on us." Tang Sheng was annoyed by the fact that she still didn't understand the crux of the problem. "Yes, they won't dare to attack us openly, but don't forget that we live in the Eastern Territory, and we do not just live inside our sect's borders. It isn't like we can be presumptuous just because we have that faith token. If we offend two of the top sects, we'll never have peaceful days again. The disciples who have to go out for life experience or business will constantly be in danger." "You're really trying to drive me mad this time?" A stunned Lan He asked. "What should we do then?" Tang Sheng paced back and forth in silence for a bit before a glint of determination flashed across his eyes. "Now, we can only deny that we have the token so that we remain uninvolved in this matter. After that, we'll need to tell him to leave quickly." "But I already made him a promise?" Lan He gazed at Tang Sheng in disbelief, as she hadn't expected that her honored master would make this kind of decision. At that instant, she felt as if she didn't know this man anymore. Tang Sheng shook his head. "Your promise doesn't matter. I'm the one who has the final say here." Lan He questioned in shock. "Master, do you want to make me go back on my word?" "Impudence." Tang Sheng turned around and growled at her with a grim expression. Following that, though, he took a deep breath and tried to speak in a milder tone. "Little He, I hope you'll understand your master's worries and think about the future of the thousands of disciples here. If possible, I wouldn't want to do such a thing. However, if we lend our assistance now, we will be making enemies of two of the top sects in the Eastern Territory, and our safety will no longer be guaranteed anymore. You're someone who can see the bigger picture, so I'm sure you understand." Lan He opened her mouth with a bitter expression, but she couldn't bring herself to say anything in the end. It had come to a point that she didn't know how to face Yang Kai anymore. After all, she had made him a promise, but she now had to go back on her word, so she wasn't sure how he would regard her. Nevertheless, she knew that since her master had made a decision, there was no way she could change his mind. After giving it a thought, she suggested, "Master, can you entrust the faith token to me for some time? I'll leave the valley with him now and help him look for Spirit Beast Island. After finding the island, I'll come back here." Tang Sheng shook his head. If the two top sects were not involved, such a plan would be acceptable. However, since they're coming for that young man, you can't. They'll never let you off if you do this. What if you fall into fatal danger as a result? But enough. Tang Sheng raised his hand to cut her off. "Follow me to see him now." Left with no choice, Lan He followed him in a dejected manner. On their way there, Tang Sheng fished out a communication artifact and sent a message to someone. A moment later, a woman in an imperial dress flew over. She was none other than the Vice Valley Master of Heavenly Wolf Valley, Qian Xiaoying, Tang Sheng's wife. After casting a glance at Lan He, she said with a smile, "Little He, what's going on? Why do you look so listless? Has your master lectured you again? Tell me what happened, and I'll stand up for you." However, Lan He just hung her head low without uttering a word. After a sigh, Tang Sheng briefly told Qian Xiaoying what happened and the decision he had made. It was then that Qian Xiaoying understood the reason behind Lan He's sorrow. After giving it a thought, she commented, This issue is indeed thorny. At the same time, she was displeased at Yang Kai in her heart. Since he killed 2 holy sons from Brahma Holy Land and a legacy disciple from Netherworld sect, he should just stay in the Southern Territory instead of coming to the Eastern Territory. Since he has come, he should have been more discreet instead of letting those 2 sects find out his whereabouts. Moreover, our sect has also been dragged into this mess. What have we done to deserve this? Despite her thoughts, she didn't show any displeasure on her face. Instead, addressing Lan He softly, "Did he tell you why he's going to Spirit Beast Island? Does he know anyone there?" Lan He shook her head. "I have no idea." Tang Shang chimed in. "Since this Yang Kai cultivates the Tao of space as well, he's definitely going there to gain some insights from Senior Li Wu Yi." Chen Xiaoying nodded. "You're right. It seems that he has nothing to do with Spirit Beast Island itself. Logically, if Yang Kai had any special relationship with Spirit Beast Island, he would know how to get there instead of asking for their help." With this thought in mind, Chen Xiaoying gazed at Lan He and said with a smile, "Don't worry, little He. I'm sure he's a lucky person, so the 2 top sects might not be able to harm him." Lan He lifted her head to look at her. "Martial ant, you mean?" Chen Xiaoying explained. "Those proficient in the Tao of space are unmatched when it comes to escaping and tracking. Even if he's no match for the 2 top sects, he can still flee. Have you heard the rumor? In the past, Senior Li Wu Yi had somehow offended Flower Shadow Great Emperor and was hunted down by her. But in the end, he relied on his space divine ability to escape from death's door. You have to understand that great emperors are the most powerful masters in this world. Although Senior Li Wu Yi is touted to be second only to the great emperors, there is still a clear difference between them. The fact that he was able to escape from Flower Shadow Great Emperor's grasp shows just how amazing space divine abilities are. Although this Yang Kai might not be as skillful as Senior Li Wu Yi, he must be able to keep himself safe." Upon hearing that, Lan He couldn't help but recall that Yang Kai had showcased his instantaneous movement before. Suddenly, she found Chen Xiaoying's words to be sensible, as that space divine ability was truly incredible. Yang Kai was able to move thousands of kilometers in the blink of an eye, so those from Netherworld sect and Brahma Holy Land really might not be able to touch him. With this thought in mind, Lan He could set her mind at ease a little, but the guilt she felt in her heart did not subside. Upon reaching the side hall, Lan He didn't enter because she was too embarrassed to face Yang Kai. So, she just waited outside with a dejected expression. Seeing this, Tang Shang and Chen Xiaoying didn't force her and let her stay outside. When Yang Kai, who was inside the hall, noticed that a man and a woman were walking toward him, he immediately rose from the chair and turned to look at them, after which he was able to identify them. On the way to this place, Lan He had told him about the situation in Heavenly Wolf Valley, so he knew that there were only 2 second-order Emperor Realm Masters in this sect. The 2 people before his eyes must be the aforementioned Valley Master Tang Shang and his wife Chen Xiaoying. The 2 were a perfectly matched couple, and as a guest, Yang Kai had to show enough respect, so he immediately cupped his fists and uttered, "Yang Kai greets Valley Master Tang, Vice Valley Master Chen. Please forgive my sudden intrusion without invitation." Tang Shang guffawed at such forthright behavior, which was very different from the elegant fa. Ade most youths put up. Nodding, he walked over and said, "Young Master Yang, you don't have to be overly polite with us. You are Little He's savior, which makes you Heavenly Wolf Valley's honored guest. There is nothing you need apologize for." Chen Xiaoying also cupped her fists with a smiling face. "Greetings, young Master Yang." Yang Kai was startled for a moment. Although the married couple appeared hospitable, their words gave him a feeling that they were trying to keep a certain distance from him. Then, he realized that he wasn't close to Lan He, and it was the first time he met this couple, so he stopped minding it. However, when he looked out the hall and didn't see Lan He felt that something was off. "Have a seat, please." Tang Shang gestured at him as he and Chen Xiaoying took the main seats before he called out, "Bring us some tea." Following that, a maidservant entered the place to get everything prepared. Tang Shang put on a polite smile and looked fixedly at Yang Kai. "I hear that young Master Yang comes from the Southern Territory, yes?" Yang Kai nodded. "In a certain sense. The married couple traded glances before Tang Sheng asked again. Where does young Master Yang reside now then? This Yang can see that you are a second-order emperor, and with such cultivation at your age, the place you come from must be quite extraordinary. Yang Kai replied with a faint smile. I'm a high-rank guest elder of Azure Sun Temple. He didn't tell them that he was the palace master of High Heaven Palace in the Northern Territory. After all, the couple was convinced that he was from the Southern Territory, so if he told them that he was a palace master in the Northern Territory, it would seem like he was inflating his own importance. Azure Sun Temple. Tang Sheng was startled. Do you mean the Azure Sun Temple that is one of the top 3 sects in the Southern Territory? Yang Kai nodded. There is only one Azure Sun Temple in the Southern Territory. Tang Sheng sighed. This Tang has long heard about how famous Azure Sun Temple is. The 3 top sects of Southern Territory, Azure Sun Temple, Orthodoxy Temple, and Heavenly Martial Holy Land, are each as powerful as the 3 top sects in the Eastern Territory. All of them are the top forces in this world. Our little Heavenly Wolf Valley is simply not comparable to them at all. Yang Kai replied politely, Valley Master, you need not be overly humble. Heavenly Wolf Valley is doing well, and both you and Vice Valley Master Chen possess formidable power. I am certain your sect will one day find itself among the top of the world. Tang Sheng guffawed. Many thanks for your kind words. He paused for a moment. By the way, when I was young, I had set a goal to travel around all 4 territories in the star boundary one day. However, I was bogged down by many things, so I couldn't realize my dream. In fact, I've never even stepped out of Eastern Territory before, so I feel a little embarrassed. Since you're from the Southern Territory, can you tell me about the differences between there and here? Chen Xiaoying also looked curiously at Yang Kai, seemingly very interested in hearing about this topic. Yang Kai was startled for a moment. However, since he had a favor to ask of this pair, he decided to satisfy their curiosity. In fact, he had been to all 4 territories in the star boundary, and he had experienced the different cultures and customs of each one. Although he was much younger than Tang Sheng and Chen Xiaoying, he did have more knowledge and experience than them when it came to such matters. At that moment, he started narrating his past experiences to them, which engrossed them in his stories as if they were able to go through his experiences for themselves. At the same time, they kept asking the young man many questions. A long time later, Yang Kai could feel that his throat was dry, but the couple still seemed interested in finding out more. However, they didn't seem to have the intention of talking about the faith token from Spirit Beast Island, which made him slightly frustrated. He knew that he must have told them his purpose of visit, so he wondered what they were up to by asking about Southern Territory instead of discussing the token. Finding a break in the conversation, Yang Kai decided to take the initiative. Forgive me for being forward, but this Yang has come here today because I have a favor to ask of you. Upon hearing this, Tang Sheng heaved a sigh. Young Master Yang, I already know what your request is, as little he told me about it. However, I'm afraid that I must disappoint you. Yang Kai was stunned. You mean? With a bitter smile, Tang Sheng explained. Long ago, our ancestral founders indeed obtained a Howling Moon Heavenly Wolf's descendant, but it wasn't a pure-blood descendant and only possessed a faint bloodline from its ancestors, so it was nothing special. Somehow, those from Spirit Beast Island got the news and sent a beast seeker to our valley to obtain that monster beast and give us some compensation. All this is true. However, regarding the faith token, that is actually just a fabricated story. A fabricated story? Yang Kai was stunned. How does one even think to fabricate such a story? Tang Sheng went on to say, and this story was specifically made up and spread far and wide to add a layer of invisible protection for our sect so that the other great forces would be wary of us. Since this all happened thousands of years ago, those from Spirit Beast Island certainly have learned of it by now, but it is also true that they brought away our monster beast, and what was done did not harm their reputation. Given their power, Spirit Beast Island apparently didn't want to bother making things difficult for my valley. However, this Tang never expected that one day it would draw young Master Yang here on false pretenses. For this, I am truly sorry. Upon hearing his explanation, Yang Kai smiled helplessly. Earlier, he thought that luck was on his side, But he hadn't expected that the faith token turned out to be a made-up story. Since he had found out about the truth, there was nothing else he could say. Realizing something at that moment, he asked, "Is Sister Lan afraid to meet me because of this?" After a sigh, Xianxia explained, "Little he feels that she has broken her word to you and was too embarrassed to meet you." Yang Kai burst into laughter. "There's nothing to be embarrassed about. Sister Lan is thinking too much." Xianxia went on to say, "Little he has always been an honest and upright girl. Over the years, she never forgot the fact that you had saved her life. Therefore, after she bumped into you in the Eastern Territory, she wanted to repay that favor any way she could. However, she was never informed about the truth of this matter, so she really believed we had that faith token and brought you to this place as a result." Tang Sheng said, "It is all this Tang's fault. At that time, our ancestors simply wished to add a layer of protection for our sect, but I didn't expect that little he would be hurt because of this one day. Please don't blame her." A solemn Yang Kai replied, "I won't. If Lan he hadn't warned him, he wouldn't have even been aware that he had been targeted by Brahma Holy Land and Netherworld sect." Xianxia suggested, "If you really want to head to Spirit Beast Island, you can walk around Seaside City. You might get a clue from there." Yang Kai nodded and thought that if he really couldn't find the way to get there, he would just forget about it. His main reason for coming to the Eastern Territory was to head to Dragon Island, so going to Spirit Beast Island was optional. Then, he recalled that Lu Yen had lived on Spirit Beast Island for a long time. However, she might not know the island's location. That was because when Jiufeng brought her away, she was still a phoenix egg, and after that, she went directly to Dragon Island before following Yang Kai to the lower star field. Just then, Tang Sheng suddenly frowned and took out a communication artifact from his space ring. As his expression changed, he turned to look at Xianxia. Yang Kai observed his expression and could guess that he must have received an important message. So with a smile, he said, "If something has happened, please attend to it first. This Yang can see himself out on his own. If I have some free time in the future, I will certainly come here to pay you a visit again." Rising from his chair, Tang Sheng replied, "Please forgive this Tang's lack of hospitality, but there is indeed something of importance that requires immediate attention. Since that's the case, I won't be overly polite and take my leave now." After he finished speaking, he left the hall with Xianxia. Yang Kai turned to look at their figures and touched his chin as a meaningful glint flashed across his eyes. He wasn't a fool. Although what Tang Sheng had said was logical and reasonable, his actions made Yang Kai feel that something was off. Yang Kai didn't dare to judge whether they really had that faith token, but he was certain that they didn't welcome him. Otherwise, the couple wouldn't have left together. Even though there was an urgent matter, only one person was needed to handle it, so why would both of them leave together? Furthermore, they didn't even try to persuade Yang Kai to stay for a few days more. After he said that he would leave on his own, he could even feel that they were secretly breathing sighs of relief. It was apparent that they were worried that Yang Kai would attract trouble to their sect. If Yang Kai was in Tang Sheng's shoes, he would have the same kind of worries as well. Therefore, he didn't have a reason to blame him, though he did feel slightly displeased. Just then, a head stuck out of the door as their eyes met. Yang Kai smiled and called out, "Sister Lan." Lan he hesitantly revealed herself as her expression appeared embarrassed. "Brother Yang." Yang Kai asked curiously, "Sister Lan, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Lan he lowered her head and stared at her toes. "Brother Yang, I'm sorry." Yang Kai didn't know whether there was really a faith token from Spirit Beast Island in Heavenly Wolf Valley or not, but she was aware of the truth. She knew that it wasn't a fabricated story. Tang Sheng and Xianxia had said so because they were worried that, by becoming friends with Yang Kai, it would bring trouble to the sect. If she had the final say, she wouldn't mind giving him a hand. Although she was an elder in her sect, she couldn't give Yang Kai any promises at this point. Likewise, she could not do anything that would betray her sect. On the one hand, Yang Kai was her life's savior. On the other hand, Tang Sheng was her master. She was utterly conflicted within herself as she thought about it. Facing Yang Kai, she felt so guilty that she didn't dare to look him in the eyes. Yang Kai walked up to and flashed a smile at her. Sister Lan, you don't have to apologize to me. I'm already grateful that you've informed me of what Brahma Holy Land and Netherworld sect were up to. Since the faith token is just a fabricated story, it's okay. After remaining silent for a moment, Lan he suddenly raised her head and said steadfastly, Brother Yang, wait for a few days more. I'll find a way to help you. Judging from her expression, Yang Kai knew that she wanted to plead with Tang Shang to get the faith token. However, by doing so, mistrust might be formed between Tang Shang and her. Therefore, Yang Kai said to her with a smile, There's no need for that. It's not like I must go to Spirit Beast Island. It'd be good if I could go, but it's also fine if I can't. However, I'm sorry for making this kind of request that would trouble you. Lan he felt anguished as she listened to him. It was her sect that was in the wrong, as Tang Shang was worried that Yang Kai might invite trouble to them. Initially, when he heard of Yang Kai's arrival, Tang Shang was eager to meet him and had even said that he would personally lead him to Spirit Beast Island. However, upon learning that two top sects of the Eastern Territory were after Yang Kai, he changed his attitude in an instant. Nevertheless, now Yang Kai was consoling her instead. Updates by Where's Big Sister Ling? Can you lead me to see her? Yang Kai abruptly changed the topic. And, please come with me. As expected, Lan He's attention was diverted as she directly agreed to it. As they walked further into the valley, Lan He remained silent on the way. She would only reply to Yang Kai whenever he asked her some questions, and she didn't look as lively as before. Apparently, she still felt extremely guilty. Inside a grand palace, Tang Shang and Chen Xiaoying arrived in a hall where two individuals were waiting for them. One of them was a gloomy-looking elderly man who looked like he had just crawled out from the underworld. The other one was an authoritative-looking middle-aged man who was clad in a simple robe. By just standing there with his hands behind his back, he looked like a blade that was able to make the atmosphere in the hall heavy. Seeing them, Tang Shang and Chen Xiaoying were flabbergasted as they walked over and cupped their fists. Welcome, Sect Master Fu, Holy Master Su. Forgive us for not greeting you earlier. These two have come over far too quickly. It had only been a short time since Yang Kai arrived at this place, but these two people had already appeared here. Tang Shang felt fortunate that he had the foresight to not agree to Yang Kai's request. Otherwise, they would never be able to avoid this mess. These two were the sect masters of two of the top sects in the Eastern Territory, and both of them were third-order emperors. Since they had made a move together, it showed the stance of Netherworld sect and Brahma Holy Land on this issue. Perhaps the top cultivators from both sects had all been sent out as well. As Tang Shang sighed, he was worried that Yang Kai was doomed. It was hopeless even if he had space divine abilities when faced with so many top cultivators. If they sealed off space all at the same time at all corners, Yang Kai wouldn't be able to escape no matter what. Tang Shang could only hope that Lan he wouldn't blame him for this in the future. The gloomy-looking Fu Bo remained unmoving with his eyes closed like an old monk that was meditating. Although he was currently in Heavenly Wolf Valley and was technically an uninvited guest, he showed no regard for Tang Shang at all. On the other hand, Su Chongfeng grunted slightly while still facing away from the couple as he said dispassionately, Tang Shang, how long has your sect existed? The question might sound random, but Tang Shang could sense that something was off about it as a chill ran down his spine. After giving it a thought, he replied, Heavenly Wolf Valley has more than 20,000 years of history. Su Chongfeng nodded slightly as he turned around and said impassively, 20,000 years. Your sect's current heritage was gained with much time and sacrifice. Your sect once enjoyed a glorious period and was counted among the top forces in the Eastern Territory many years ago. It had also become desolate and was almost destroyed at several points. However, there must be something unique about your sect that it's able to last for more than 20,000 years. Tang Shang forced a smile. Monster beasts have the sharpest instincts when it comes to avoiding danger. We have battle wolves as our companions, so our instincts have become quite keen as well. Su Chongfeng stared meaningfully at him for a while before he nodded. Good. I'm sure you already know the purpose of Sect Master Fu and my visit. Tang Shang's forehead was drenched in cold sweat as he said, Holy Master Su, please rest assured, We won't do anything to dig our own graves. My disciple was too naive and inadvertently brought that young man back here. But we have no intention of sheltering him, and he will leave soon. Humph! Fu Bo suddenly snorted. You couldn't protect him even if you tried. Upon hearing that, Qian Xiaoying couldn't help but shoot a glare at Fu Bo as she was unresigned. He's indeed a third-order Emperor Realm Master as well as the sect master of a top sect in the Eastern Territory. But he currently sits in our Heavenly Wolf Valley. As a guest, how can he act so haughty in front of us? We still have the faith token that can be used to seek help from Spirit Beast Island. I doubt Netherworld Sect will really dare to make a move against us. As long as we still have the token, and Spirit Beast Island is still powerful, we have no need to fear destruction. Sensing her stare, Fu Bo suddenly raised his sharp gaze and met her eyes as he put on a devious smile. The next moment, the color drained from Qian Xiaoying's beautiful face as a howling voice sounded in her eyes. Her soul was shaken to the core, and she shivered terribly. Tang Shang stepped sideways to stand in front of his wife and said, Sect Master Fu, what is the meaning of this? We have made our stance clear. We will not interfere in your conflicts, so threaten my wife no further. Fu Bo mocked coldly. I could tell that your wife was unresigned, so I just wanted her to face reality. What's wrong? Are you unresigned as well? Tang Shang was exasperated, but he didn't dare to say anything more. Su Chongfeng chimed in. Tang Shang, your sect defending array is able to seal space, correct? Tang Shang subconsciously replied. The sect defending array of every sect has such capability? Upon finishing his words, he realized something as his expression transformed to one of horror. Holy Master Su, why did you ask such a question? Su Chongfeng looked dispassionately at him and asked back, What do you think? Fu Bo chuckled in an eerie manner and rose from the chair finally. What Holy Master Su means is that he wants you to activate your sect defending array to seal this place so that Brat can't flee. I'm sure you're aware of what that little brat is capable of. Tang Shang's expression changed drastically. Do you intend to move against him inside Heavenly Wolf Valley? Su Chongfeng stared at him coldly and declared, This is the perfect place to erect his tomb. What's wrong with that? No! Tang Shang directly rejected him. Fu Bo narrowed his eyes. Tang Shang, I suggest you think twice before speaking again. Having a head is a good thing, so don't just treat it as an ornament. The two of them directly called Tang Shang by his name and didn't show him any respect at all. The couple was enraged at this treatment, but they wouldn't dare to rebuke them. Faced with such mockery, even Tang Shang couldn't hold back his anger anymore. Even a common man would be infuriated after being mocked and disdained, let alone a sect master like him. He had made it clear to them that he wouldn't protect Yang Kai, but he didn't expect that these two would still be so overbearing, even threatening Heavenly Wolf Valley and trying to drag it into this conflict. After taking a deep breath, Tang Shang declared solemnly, This Tang will never agree to your request. That young man saved my disciple's life once before. The reason she brought him back was that he had a favor to ask of us, but we rejected him, which has caused great grief and guilt to my disciple. If I were to use our sect defending array to seal this space and cause his death in our valley, my disciple will definitely form a heart demon, and she will never be able to break through again. If you want to deal with him, you can do that anywhere in this world except my sect. We will not protect him, nor will we interfere in your conflicts with him. Are you sure you want to refuse us? Su Chongfeng stared at him with a piercing gaze. Tang Shang's face twitched when he was faced with that threat. He knew that if he rejected them this time, their sect would face countless troubles in the Eastern Territory in the future. Just like what he had told Lan He previously, with Spirit Beast Island's protection, these people wouldn't dare to openly make a move on them, but harming their disciples and industries in secret was almost a given. Heavenly Wolf Valley was a big sect with lots of expenses, and they had many businesses in the Eastern Territory. All of these assets would definitely be targeted. Turning to look at Qian Xiaoying, Tang Shang only saw her shaking her head while seemingly whispering something to him. Despite not hearing her clearly, Tang Shang could tell she had spoken just one name, Lan He. Having made up his mind, Tang Shang steeled himself and declared, Holy Master Su, please stop making things difficult for this Tang. Lan He had managed to come back from the Shattered Star Sea alive and reached a breakthrough to the Emperor realm, so she was the hope for the sect. Perhaps she might even ascend to the Third Order Emperor realm in the future. In other words, the rise or fall of Heavenly Wolf Valley hinged on her. If Lan He's martial heart was broken because of this incident, it would be the biggest loss for their sect. As for the possibility of their businesses getting suppressed, they could only worry about it in the future. Furthermore, Yang Kai was related to another elder in their Heavenly Wolf Valley, Ling Yinchin. If Yang Kai was killed in this valley, Ling Yinchin would definitely grow resentful of their sect as well. When that happened, it would mean that their sect would lose the faith of two Emperor Realm Masters. Tang Sheng could never allow that to happen. Upon hearing his reply, Fu Bo put on an eerie grin while Su Chongfeng stared at Tang Sheng with an emotionless face for a moment. Upon concluding that the latter was resolute, he nodded slightly. Forget it, then. With that, Tang Sheng was finally able to heave a sigh of relief. If Su Chongfeng insisted on forcing the issue, he wasn't confident he could reject him. This was the best outcome for Heavenly Wolf Valley. Although he couldn't protect Yang Kai, he didn't agree to use the sect defending array to trap him either. At the very least, he hadn't betrayed Lan He's trust. At the back of Heavenly Wolf Valley, there was a serene place where a cottage had been constructed. This was Ling Yinchin's residence, where she lived a peaceful, secluded life. According to Lan He, after she left the Shattered Star Sea, she started looking for Ling Yinchin. Coincidentally, Ling Yinchin had just reached the Eastern Territory. Upon meeting, Ling Yinchin understood Lan He's intentions, after which, she thanked her and followed her to Heavenly Wolf Valley. At that time, she was still only a third-order Dao source realm. With Lan He's recommendation, Ling Yinchin was able to join the sect with ease and started living in the residence where her deceased husband used to live. She stopped caring about worldly affairs and started cultivating in seclusion. As time passed, she was able to reach the Emperor realm. Seeing that she had a breakthrough, Tang Sheng conferred the position of elder to her. However, everyone in the sect knew that she wasn't involved in the operations of the sect, nor did she communicate with anyone. She spent most of her time doing her own things outside of her cottage. To those who were aware of her story, they were moved by her love for her late husband. When Yang Kai and Lan He arrived at the place, Ling Yinchin was seated with her legs crossed in front of a tombstone. The surrounding area was filled with grass and flowers. This was clearly where her husband's ashes were buried. Sensing their arrival, Ling Yinchin opened her eyes. Upon seeing Lan He, who was leading the way, she flashed a smile at her. But after she saw Yang Kai, who was behind Lan He, she was startled for a moment before her expression turned pleasantly surprised. "Elder Ling, you have a visitor." Lan He walked over with a smile. "Big Sister Ling, we haven't met in ages." Yang Kai smiled and cupped his fists. "Yang Kai?" Ling Yinchin was quite surprised, but the smile on her face was sincere as she asked, "Why are you here?" "I was traveling the Eastern Territory and came across Sister Lan He. She invited me to Heavenly Wolf Valley, and I decided to visit you while I was here." Ling Yinchin swept a glance over him and nodded. "We haven't met in many years, and it seems that you've grown stronger." Yang Kai replied with a grin. "I heard that you've reached the Emperor realm as well." Ling Yinchin turned to look at the tombstone and uttered gently, "I have nothing better to do anyway, so I just cultivate every day. Come in, we can talk inside my house." She then passionately invited Yang Kai and Lan He into her cottage. The decorations inside were simple, with only a table, some chairs, and a bed, with no ornaments at all. However, this interior still gave off a refreshing feeling. Ling Yinchin started boiling a pot of tea for them, and after they were seated, she started narrating the events of her journey from the solitary void-sealed world to the Eastern Territory in a somewhat sorrowful manner. At that time, she was only in the third-order Dao source realm, so it took her several years to travel from one territory to the other. During her journey, she had encountered several life-or-death moments, but fortunately, luck was on her side as she had always managed to escape unscathed. Soon after she finally arrived in the Eastern Territory, she bumped into Lan He, who was looking for her. Ling Yinchin was grateful to Yang Kai. If he hadn't told Lan He about her in the Shattered Star Sea, given her condition at that time, it wouldn't be easy for her to join Heavenly Wolf Valley. After all, she didn't grow up in the sect. No great force would easily take in an outsider they were not familiar with. Heavenly Wolf Valley was fairly famous in the Eastern Territory, so a great force like it was normally very selective when accepting new blood. They would rather raise their disciples from a young age than take in a stranger. After joining the sect, Ling Yinqin settled down and started living a life of seclusion and normally. No one would bother her. As they spoke, she asked about Bing Yun and Lu Xianyun, and upon learning that they were fine, she was finally able to be at ease. Half a day later, Yang Kai rose from his seat and bid her farewell. Ling Yinqin tried to persuade him to stay for a few days more, while Lan He played along with her on the side. However, Yang Kai had found out Tang Sheng's stance, so he wouldn't stay in the valley any longer than necessary, lest he invite hatred towards himself. After coming up with a suitable excuse, he turned around and left. Ling Yinqin wanted to see him off, but he rejected her. In the end, she could only stand outside the cottage and watch him leave. While flying alongside Yang Kai towards the exit, Lan He asked in a dejected manner, "Brother Yang, can't you wait for a few days more? I'll come up with a way." Yang Kai shook his head and replied with a smile, "There's no need for that. I have something to do, so I won't go to Spirit Beast Island for now." "But," Lan He uttered. However, before she could finish her words, a young man suddenly flew towards them from the side and called out to her anxiously, "Senior Sister Lan, Valley Master wants you to see him immediately. He has something he needs to tell you." Lan He nodded. "After I see Brother Yang off, I'll go meet Valley Master." Nevertheless, the young man blocked her way and said solemnly, "Valley Master said that you must go over to see him now. It's an urgent matter." Upon hearing that, Lan He knitted her brow. Realizing something, she snorted, "I'm just seeing Brother Yang off, and I'll go over soon. Can't my master wait for even a short while?" The young man appeared embarrassed as he cupped his fists. "Senior Sister Lan, please forgive me. I'm just carrying out Valley Master's order." Seeing that Lan He was about to rebuke this young man again, Yang Kai raised his hand and said, "Sister Lan, please go ahead. I still remember how to leave the valley, so you don't have to see me off." "Brother Yang." Yang Kai waved his hand and shot towards the exit like a bolt of lightning as he was heard saying from afar, "The world is vast, but we'll still meet again if there's a chance. Brother Yang, please be careful," Lan He shouted from behind. After Yang Kai disappeared from her sight, she turned around and glowered at the young man. Faced with her stare, the young man felt a crawling sensation on his scalp as he put on a fawning smile and explained, "Senior Sister Lan, Valley Master." "Humph." Lan He appeared displeased as she turned around and left in a different direction. She wanted to question her master about the reason behind his actions. Yang Kai had saved her life before. However, not only was she unable to help him, but she was also not even allowed to see him off. How would she have the face to see him again in the future? It had to be said that she was disappointed in the way her master had treated Yang Kai. Immediately after Yang Kai left the valley, he noticed a person flying toward him. Initially, he didn't pay this person any mind, but just as they were about to pass one another, that person suddenly yelped in surprise. Then, he stopped flying and turned around as he shouted, "Is that you, Brother Yang?" Yang Kai stopped in his tracks and whirled around. In his heart, he found it interesting that he kept bumping into one familiar person after another in the Eastern Territory. The person who spoke earlier was flying back as he stopped tens of meters in front of Yang Kai. After taking a glance at Yang Kai, he uttered in surprise, "It's really you, Brother Yang. Do you remember me? I'm Chi Hai. I heard that you've arrived at Heavenly Wolf Valley, which is why this Chi rushed over. I didn't expect to come across you here on your way out." "Chi Hai." Yang Kai frowned. If the person in front of his eyes didn't reveal his name first, Yang Kai wouldn't have remembered him at all. His name and his familiar-looking face made Yang Kai recall what happened in the Shattered Star Sea and the Ancient Lands passageway. Upon hearing this, Chi Hai guffawed. "So Brother Yang still remembers this Chi. It is this Chi's honor." Yang Kai took a glance at him and asked curiously, "Aren't you from Qi Family Fort? Why are you all the way out here?" If he wasn't mistaken, Qi Family Fort was located just outside the ancient lands passageway, and many people from the fort resided in the desolate city outside the lands. Recalling that, he suddenly realized something. He had walked out of the ancient lands and passed by the desolate city, but not long after that, many people in the Eastern Territory became aware of his arrival. Even Lan He from Heavenly Wolf Valley had heard about it. Everything happened for a reason. Although Yang Kai didn't cover himself up during his journey, supposedly, not many people knew who he was in the Eastern Territory. The problem now was who spread the news of his arrival. Previously, Yang Kai had some doubts about this, but he didn't really mind. It wasn't until he met Chi Hai that the realization dawned upon him, as the source of the news was right before his eyes. If that's the case, why did Chi Hai not take the initiative to directly look for me instead? Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and stared at him in a probing manner. An unperturbed Chi Hai uttered seriously, "I'm here to find Brother Yang." Yang Kai asked dispassionately, "What for?" Chi Hai put on a bitter smile. "For the same matter we originally discussed." As he spoke, he suddenly bowed deeply and said respectfully, "Please have mercy and save this Chi's wife. Her days grow slim, and if she is not treated, she will pass away within a month." Upon hearing this, Yang Kai was shocked. "Your wife is still alive?" If he wasn't mistaken, Chi Hai's woman was stricken with one of the 10 extreme poisons, the heavenly frost earth rain. Yang Kai knew a thing or two about this poison and realized that it was indeed fatal. Anyone who was affected by this poison was practically incurable. Of course, if they could find the Phoenix True Fire, which contained a power that was as amazing as rebirth, there was still some hope of survival. Nevertheless, a long time had passed since the incident. Chi Hai's wife was struck with the poison before the Shattered Star Sea opened. So it had been at least 20 years now. How had she survived for 20 years after being poisoned by the heavenly frost earth rain? Was she a member of the Dragon Clan? With a sorrowful expression, Chi Hai explained, "We have a treasure in Qi Family Fort that can freeze a person. My wife's entire body and her vitality have been frozen, which is why she has survived till this day. However, as time passes, even this treasure loses its effectiveness. If she can't be detoxified in time, she will." As he spoke, his eyes were already drenched in tears, and he appeared faithful to his wife, which caused Yang Kai to feel a bit depressed as well. Normally, men wouldn't cry easily. Moreover, Chi Hai was an Emperor Realm Master, so what he was doing proved that he was indeed deeply in love with his wife. If Su Yan or Xianing Chang had suffered this kind of ordeal, Yang Kai knew that he would be just as disheartened. After pulling himself together, Chi Hai went on to say, "The last time Brother Yang appeared in the Eastern Territory, you mentioned it was not with you and could not help." At that instant, Yang Kai appeared embarrassed. "It really was not with me at that time. So, I was unable to help you." Chi Hai said, "As long as you had the Phoenix True Fire, you could help my wife detoxify the poison. Did Brother Yang fail in your attempt to obtain the Phoenix True Fire in the Shattered Star Sea? But how is that possible?" He was certain the Phoenix True Fire was in Yang Kai's hands. It had to be. Everything Yang Kai said that day must have been a lie. If it turned out to be the truth, then everything he had been doing would be a farce. Yang Kai shook his head. "Like I said, I obtained the Phoenix True Fire, but at that time it wasn't with me, so I was unable to help you even if I wanted to.